and holistic harmony. I am Ridhima Bhatnagar, and I'm extremely delighted to be welcoming all of you for this prestigious summit. A great man wisely said, "He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything." And how true is it for the lives that we lead today? We're extremely excited to be back, building on the success of our first edition, to be back this year, joining all of you with the same vigor and the same ambition. We continue this year as well with our mission to promote nutrition and holistic health. We aim to build on last year's mission with a renewed focus on holistic health, emphasizing the importance of nutrition across all age groups across the country. We'd also want to shed a very well-deserved spotlight on the importance of nutrition in particularly children. Today, we bring together the creme de la creme, the best of the industry, leaders, experts, academics, many other advocates to come together for a conversation, a dialogue, and hopefully a new chapter for nutrition in India. We would like to begin the summit by thanking our state partner, the Government of Punjab, who've been extremely kind enough to support us in this endeavor. We'd also like to thank our supporting partner, Rocket Ship Films. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I want to take a moment to give you a brief about the prestigious Jagran New Media. It is the digital wing of Jagran Prakashan Limited, India's leading media conglomerate with pan-India presence and wide reader base. Jagran New Media is impacting 97.5 million users and counting. This is as far as multi-platform for March 2024 is concerned. So the hope is that we can build on with your continued support for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick-start the summit, I would now like to invite on stage Ms. Megha Mamgain, Managing Editor, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran New Media, to give us really context of what we plan to achieve this evening. Megha Mamgain is a distinguished and award-winning leader in the media industry, bringing over 20 years of expertise in both digital and traditional media. As the Managing Editor of Health and Lifestyle Verticals at Jagran New Media, she has revolutionized storytelling and content creation with her sophisticated approach and innovative tools. And under her strategic leadership, onlymyhealth.com has only thrived with each passing day. Her commitment to accuracy and authenticity is evident in the statistics that I'm going to bring to you for onlymyhealth.com, which garners 11 million monthly users and 25 million page views. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Ms. Megha to join us on stage for setting the context of what we plan to achieve. Welcome, Megha.
Thank you, everyone, and very, very warm welcome. It is indeed my privilege and honor to welcome all of you to the second edition of the Poshan Summit by onlymyhealth.com. It is really a commitment towards building a healthy community and thus a healthy nation through right knowledge and advocacy around nutrition. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, is not going to be just about numbers and statistics and facts. This summit, we really want to make it about stories, about struggles, and really to rediscover the age-old Indian wisdom that really encompasses Poshan. As India's trusted health and wellness website, and Ridhima just quoted the numbers, we're very, very happy with the loyal readership that we enjoy. onlymyhealth.com has decided to embark on this journey to create really a change, a momentum of change. Because you see, something doesn't add up if you think about it. This is a nation where aroma of spices really dances in the air. And look at our vegetable markets. We have colorful fruits and vegetables, and yet there are citizens in our country that are malnutritioned, there is obesity, and there are diet-related diseases. Yes, this paradox is quite undeniable, isn't it? That India is exporting milk, cereal, fruits, rice, poultry, and yet so many don't have access to 2 square meals. As a managing editor of onlymyhealth.com, I have, ladies and gentlemen, seen firsthand the incredible impact that information can have. We are living in an era where knowledge is power, and media is that vehicle that drives the power to the hands of the people. Imagine just for a second, a mother in a small city somewhere, and she's struggling to find nutritious options for food for her children. With limited resources, she faces the weight of her choices. So how do we reach her? We reach her through narratives that we share, the recipes that we publish, and the information that we provide, and in fact, summits like these and the information that we relay from here. If through all of this, she can put together a balanced, wholesome meal for her child, then these mere articles become lifelines for her and for millions like her. OnlyMyHealth.com has been committed to disseminating evidence-based information that empowers our readers to make informed dietary choices and health choices. In an age of information overload, ensuring that our messages are backed by science and clear in their intent is more crucial than ever today. By amplifying the voices of nutritionists, of everyday heroes, doctors who are making a difference, we are creating a community, a movement that champions good health. We have the power to break down the barriers of misinformation and dispel myths and to present the truth that nutrition actually is not a luxury, but it is a fundamental right of each and every citizen. So today, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you and I acknowledge the profound power that we hold, not just as a media organization, but actually as a collective force, all of us, doctors, nutritionists, dietitians, policymakers, all of us who are committed to transforming the landscape of nutritional health in India. So think of Poshan Summit not just as a knowledge-sharing platform, but a movement that inspires action. Even small steps will matter, from schools implementing healthy meal programs to local farmers advocating organic practices, from you, the common citizen, replacing that bag of chips with perhaps a plate of carrots. Each effort contributes to a larger movement towards a healthier future. Through all of the panels today and the discussions that you will hear, we will hope that all of this is going to empower our audiences to take charge of their nutritional health, and together we can cultivate a culture of health that thrives in every home, in every community across our very, very beautiful nation. Thank you, all of you, for being here, and your commitment to this critical issue is of value. Your willingness to be a part of the solution is even more valuable. My heartiest gratitude to our guest of honor who's just arrived, Srimati Baljeet Kaurji, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Department of Social Security and Development for Women and Children, Government of Punjab. Your presence, ma'am, adds gravitas to this very, very important event. Together, let us pave a way for a healthier, more nourished India. Enjoy the show. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megha, for really setting context of what we plan to achieve. And as Megha said, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of our guest of honor, Srimati Baljeet Kaurji, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Department of Social Security and Development of Women and Children, Government of Punjab. Could we have a huge round of applause, ma'am? Thank you so much for taking our time and joining us, and all the support that we've had from the Government of Punjab in this endeavor of ours. So we really, really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, as Megha said, the idea is to make this not just restricted to this event, to this summit, but to make this a conversation, a movement that we carry forward for the rest of our lives, to try and understand what is this essential relationship between health and nutrition, and how do we get both of them to combine and make ourselves a part of our lifestyle, something that we plan to achieve through the conversations right through this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and privilege to introduce our guest of honor. She's not just a politician, but a doctor, an eye surgeon turned minister. Srimati Baljeet Kaurji, Honorable Cabinet Minister, Department of Social Security and Development of Women and Children from the Government of Punjab. A minister whose motto is to let her work do the talking. In her role, ma'am has worked on various issues such as simplifying adoption, working for Anganwadi workers, education for students, just to name a few. Just recently, ma'am announced that in consultation with the Speaker of Punjab Vidhan Sabha, sign language will soon be implemented in the Vidhan Sabha to convey proceedings of the House. Furthermore, we've also heard that the Punjab police will be trained in sign language to ensure justice for such individuals. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I say she's truly a minister working for the betterment of people's lives. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister, to please join us on stage. Could we have you on stage with us, ma'am? And could we have a huge round of applause, please? To also welcome the Minister, I'd like to invite Mr. Gaurav Arora, the COO of Jagran New Media, to also please join us on stage to felicitate the Minister. I would also like to invite Megha back on stage with us, Managing Editor, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran New Media, to officially welcome the Minister and felicitate her. And could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the kind of support that we've had from the government of Punjab in every step of ours. Thank you, Megha. Thank you, Gaurav. Ma'am, it is our indeed honor that we have the opportunity that you have your presence with us. We would now request you to please address the gathering, whatever is convenient from you, either there or the podium, what you would like to use. Please. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for the time.
Thank you so much. पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी दैनिक जागरण का कि एक बहुत ही सेंसिटिव इशू पर बात करने के लिए आपने मुझे बुलाया पंजाब से। और मुझे लगता है कि भारत में इसकी बात ख़ास तौर पर होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि आज भी 70 साल से ऊपर आज़ादी के इस देश में, और हम कह सकते हैं कि एक डेवलप्ड कंट्री की ओर हम कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी ऐसे इश्यूज़ पर बात करनी, पोषण के मुद्दे, मॉल न्यूट्रिशन के मुद्दे, तो मेरा ख्याल है हमें थोड़ा सा सोचने की बात है कि हम क्यों इतना पीछे हैं। अगर मॉल न्यूट्रिशन की बात करें, मॉल नरिशमेंट की बात करें कि ग्लोबल बर्डन में मॉल नरिशमेंट का जो ग्लोबल बर्डन है उसमें 1/3 कंट्रीब्यूशन इंडिया की है, और इसका कारण मैं नहीं मानती कि पॉवर्टी इज़ द मेन कॉज ऑफ द स्मॉल नरिशमेंट। जो मेन इसमें मुद्दा उभर के आता है कि क्यों हम इतने मॉल नरिश्ड हैं, बच्चे क्यों हमारे स्टंटेड हैं, वेस्टेड हैं। लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस अबाउट डाइट, व्हाट वी हैव टू ईट, व्हाट इज़ द बैलेंस्ड डाइट, व्हाट इज़ द न्यूट्रिशियस फूड। बहुत सारे लोग इससे अवेयर नहीं हैं, चाहे वो गरीब हो चाहे वो अमीर हो। इस रेखा को हम बीच में से निकाल कर अगर बात करें तो मॉल नरिशमेंट इज़ नॉट ड्यू टू पॉवर्टी, ये मेरा मानना है। और कहाँ से शुरू होती है बात? बच्चे मॉल नरिश्ड हैं और उनका पालन पोषण इस तरह से होता है कि वो बड़े होकर उनमें डेफिशिएंसी डिजीज़ेज़ आती हैं, नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज़ेज़ आती हैं। तो शुरुआत सारी होती है माँ से। सो जब हम माँ की बात करते हैं तो औरत की बात करते हैं। अगर भारत में औरत स्वस्थ नहीं है, अगर भारत में औरत को एक फुल नरिश्ड खाना नहीं मिल रहा, तो पूरा समाज ही मॉल नरिश्ड होगा। इसमें कोई शक की बात नहीं, संदेह की बात नहीं है। मैं अगर अपने डिपार्टमेंट की बात करूं, वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट, तो मैंने जो अपने 2 साल में देखा, SNP हमारा एक प्रोग्राम है, सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन प्रोग्राम, जिसमें हम सप्लीमेंट करते हैं लोगों को। उसमें ज़्यादातर गर्भवती माताएं, किशोरी बच्चियां, बच्चे 6 महीने से 6 साल तक लेकर उनको एक सप्लीमेंट न्यूट्रिशन देते हैं। ये नहीं कि हम खाना क्यों खाते हैं, कई बार हमें लगता है कि पेट भर खाना खा लिया तो हम बहुत ज़्यादा नरिश्ड हो जाएंगे या बहुत स्वस्थ कहलाएंगे, लेकिन खाने में हम क्या खा रहे हैं ये जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है। सो सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन प्रोग्राम का जो मेन मकसद है, उद्देश्य है कि हम उसमें सप्लीमेंट्स ऐड करें जो हमारी बच्चियां खा रही हैं, हमारी गर्भवती औरतें खा रही हैं, हमारे बच्चे खा रहे हैं, ताकि जो डेफिशिएंसीज हैं आने वाली पीढ़ी में उसको कम कर सकें। और जो कुछ देखने को मिलता है, एज ए डॉक्टर भी मैंने बहुत कुछ देखा है अस्पतालों में। जब, क्योंकि मैं जहाँ काम करती थी वो बहुत ही बैकवर्ड एरिया था, एज ए डॉक्टर मैंने जहाँ काम किया, वैसे आई एम एन आई सर्जन, लेकिन गायनी के केसेस जो देखे वहाँ पर औरतें आती थी डिलीवरी के लिए, और बहुत सारी औरतें, लड़कियाँ ऐसी होती थी कि 3 ग्राम HB लेके डिलीवरी करवाने आती थी। और ऐसी औरतों की डिलीवरी का क्या रिज़ल्ट क्या होता है, ये हम सबको जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है। मैटरनल डेथ्स क्यों होती हैं, इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी क्यों बढ़ती है, क्योंकि इससे पहले कोई चेकअप ही नहीं। गांव से आती हैं, बहुत सारे लोग अवेयर नहीं कि हमने क्या चेकअप कराना है, कहाँ जाता है। कई बार तो फुल टर्म प्रेग्नेंट लेडीज़ आती हैं फर्स्ट टाइम चेक कराने, और चेक करने पे वो 3 ग्राम 4 ग्राम HB के साथ। सो अनीमिया इज़ द मोस्ट प्रेवलेंट कॉज इन वुमेन फॉर मॉल नरिशमेंट। आज भी हम देखें तो 50% से ऊपर भारत में ऐसी औरतें हैं जो अनीमिक हैं, और कह सकते हैं कि बहुत सारे कॉजेज़ गायनी रिलेटेड हो सकते हैं, बिकॉज गायनेकोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर्स आर मोर प्रेवलेंट इन वुमेन विच आर कॉजिंग अनीमिया। लेकिन मेरा मानना है कि इससे ज़्यादा औरतों को अपने स्वास्थ्य के बारे में अवेयर होना ज़रूरी है। हमारी संस्कृति क्या कहती है, भारत क्या सिखाता है। मैं उस चीज़ पे हर बार बात करती हूँ कि औरत को हमेशा एक तरह से अपने आप को कुर्बान करना ही सिखाया गया। औरत हमेशा परिवार को पहले देखती है, औरत हमेशा दूसरों को पहले देखती है। अगर आप गरीब से गरीब साधारण परिवार में जाके देखो तो ये एक दिमाग में बसी हुई बात है कि औरत सबसे बाद में घर में खाना खाएगी। सो वो कम मिलता है ज़्यादा मिलता है उससे कोई परवाह नहीं है, लेकिन एक डेडिकेशन की जो भावना औरत में, मन में, मानसिकता में बसी हुई है, वो हम निकाल नहीं सकते। सो उसको अगर कोई निकाल सकता है तो वो उसका पार्टनर, या कह लो कि समाज में औरत के साथ चलने वाला मर्द। तो औरत अपने आप को अगर संभाल सकती है तो वो मर्द उसका साथ देगा तभी संभाल सकती है। सो वही बात पोषण में भी आती है कि औरतों में क्यों ज़्यादा अनीमिया पाया जाता है। मेरा ये मानना है कि दे आर नॉट वरीड अबाउट देयर हेल्थ। बहुत सारी औरतें अगर मॉलनरिश्ड हैं, औरतों में अगर एनीमिया है, तो आगे बच्चे लो बर्थ वेट पैदा हो रहे हैं, स्टंटेड पैदा हो रहे हैं, वेस्टेड पैदा हो रहे हैं, और उन बच्चों को आगे चल के क्या प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं, ये कहानी यहीं पे ख़त्म नहीं होती। अगर इसको हम नहीं कंट्रोल कर पाते तो नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज़, कार्डियोवास्कुलर डिजीज़, डायबिटीज़, हाइपरटेंशन, ये शुरुआत यहीं से ही बॉडी में होनी शुरू हो जाती है। सो ये मैं मेडिकल की तरफ ज़्यादा जा रही हूँ क्योंकि कारण जानना भी बहुत ज़रूरी होता है कि कहाँ से इतना ज़्यादा जो डिज़ीज़ बर्डन है इंडिया में इकट्ठा हो रहा है। हम इंडिया में थोड़ी देर से ये कंसेप्ट लेके आए हैं कि मिलेट्स की एडिशन बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हम जो कंज्यूम कर रहे हैं, कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स ले रहे हैं, फैट्स ले रहे हैं। मैं पंजाब से आई हूँ, मैं आपको पंजाब की बात बताती हूँ। पंजाब में लोग कहते हैं कि अगर हम दूध नहीं पी रहे, अगर हम घी नहीं खा रहे, तो हम अच्छी डाइट नहीं ले रहे। लेकिन दूध पीने वाले बच्चों में, ज़्यादा दूध पीने वाले बच्चों में ही अनीमिया ज़्यादा पाया गया। कारण चिलेटर्स बन जाते हैं। बहुत सारे मैंने ऐसे लोगों को भी प्रिस्क्रिप्शन बताते हुए देखा कि ये आयरन टैबलेट आप दूध के साथ ले लो। आयरन एंड कैल्शियम वो चिलेशन हो जाती है और उसको कोई इफेक्ट ही नहीं आता। पालक पनीर हम बहुत खाते हैं, पालक में आयरन है, पनीर में कैल्शियम है, तो चिलेशन हो गई और दोनों का बॉडी में कोई इफ़ेक्ट नहीं आता। ये चीज़ें कि दूध, दही, मक्खन यही एक गुड डाइट है, ये पंजाब में बहुत प्रचलित था और हमने इसको ख़त्म करने के लिए जो सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन प्रोग्राम है उसमें मिल्क को हटाकर कुछ और ऐड किया। उसमें हमने मिलेट्स ऐड किए, उसमें हमने आयरन ऐड किया, फोर्टिफाइड राइस ऐड किए। और मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि पिछले 2 सालों में जो S&P हमारा प्रोग्राम चला उसमें भारी गिरावट देखने को मिली मॉल नरिशमेंट में, पंजाब में ख़ास करके। ये एक स्टडी है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने इसको पार्लियामेंट में मिनिस्टर साहबा ने रखा था कि पंजाब में पिछले 2 सालों से मॉल नरिशमेंट में गिरावट आई है, स्टंटिंग में गिरावट आई है, वेस्टिंग में गिरावट आई है। तो लगातार लगे रहने पे कहीं ना कहीं तो हम पहुंच ही जाएंगे, लेकिन जब तक एनालिसिस नहीं होता कि कमी कहाँ है। हालांकि मैं आपको ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स हैं जो हमारी, उनका ये विरोध था कि दूध क्यों नहीं दे रहे, देसी घी क्यों नहीं ऐड किया, अभी भी करती हैं, लेकिन जो स्टडीज़ बताती हैं कि हमने अच्छा किया। तो कई बार जो सोसाइटी में नॉर्म्स बने होते हैं, जो सोसाइटी ने एक्सेप्ट किया होता है कि यही अच्छी डाइट है, तो उसको उनके लोगों के मन से निकालना भी बहुत मुश्किल होता है। जैसे हमारे पंजाब में ये कंसेप्ट है कि डिलीवरी के बाद औरत को पंजीरी देनी बहुत ज़रूरी है, उसमें देसी घी डाल देते हैं, घी आटा डाल देते हैं, मतलब कि उनको लगता है कि यही अच्छी डाइट है। लेकिन अगर हम वो गेहूं की जगह उसमें मिलेट्स ऐड करें तो मुझे लगता है कि उसकी न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यू है वो कहीं ज़्यादा बढ़ के सामने आएगी। और मिलेट्स कोई नई चीज़ नहीं है, भारत में बहुत पुरानी मिलेट्स की परंपरा चलती आई है, ये तो हमने ही आके इसको चेंज कर दिया। श्री गुरु नानक देव जी जो सिखों के पहले गुरु माने जाते हैं, उन्होंने कोदरा की खेती करते थे। वो कोदरा इज़ ए मिलेट। तो उसका क्या कंसेप्ट था कि कोदरा अगर लोग खाते हैं तो उसमें काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रोटीन वैल्यू बढ़ जाती है। तो मैं ये कहूँगी कि कम से कम हमें अपने गुरुओं से ही सीख लेना चाहिए कि कैसे हमारे पूर्वज क्या करते थे, क्या खाते थे। इसी तरह रागी, बाजरा, ये पंजाब में तो विरासत रही है, बाजरे की रोटी साग के साथ। और ये सारी एडिशंस जो हैं ये न्यूट्रिशनल वैल्यू हमारी बढ़ाती हैं और हम इन चीज़ों से काफ़ी दूर पिछले 10-15 सालों से हुए हैं, इसमें कोई भी शक नहीं है। इसके बाद एक और इम्पॉर्टेंट बात मैं जो करना चाहती हूँ, आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर्स में क्या होता है कि बच्चों को, हमारी ये कोशिश है कि हम हर एक बच्चे को आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में एनरोल करें, क्योंकि उसका मेन मकसद ही यही है कि बच्चे को सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन प्रोवाइड करें। क्योंकि एजुकेशन तो साथ में है ही, लेकिन SNP इज़ एन इम्पॉर्टेंट पार्ट ऑफ दिस आंगनवाड़ी प्रोग्राम। तो मेरी ये कोशिश है, मैं अपने पंजाब में ये देखना चाहती हूँ कि मेरे पंजाब के हर हिस्से का बच्चा जो है वो आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में आए, वहाँ से SNP ले, और उसमें हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हर तरह के एरिया से, चाहे वो कोई अच्छे घर से बिलोंग करता है, चाहे वो कोई किसी बस्ती का बच्चा है, चाहे वो कोई स्लम एरिया का बच्चा है, लेकिन हर बच्चे को कवर किया जाए। और इसकी एक खूबसूरती ये होती है कि बच्चे अगर इकट्ठे बैठकर खाते हैं आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में, जो हॉट कुक्ड मील हम प्रोवाइड करते हैं, तो उसका एक नया इक्वालिटी का कॉन्सेप्ट भी सामने आता है। सिखिज़्म में लंगर प्रथा बहुत ज़्यादा प्रचलित है। आप कहीं भी चले जाओ दुनिया में तो लंगर आपको देखने को मिल जाएगा जहाँ पर सिख होंगे। और लंगर प्रथा की एक ही आवाज़ है कि हम इकट्ठे बैठकर खा रहे हैं, हम सब एक जैसे हैं और हमारी कोई जात नस्ल धर्म नहीं है, एक ही धर्म है, मानवता। और जब हम इकट्ठे बैठकर खाते हैं तो वो मानवता का धर्म है, वो बच्चे को सीखने को मिलता है। और मैं ये कहूँगी कि इस चीज़ को और प्रमोट करना चाहिए, चाहे वो मिड डे मील की बात करें, स्कूल में इकट्ठे बैठ के खाते हैं बच्चे, चाहे वो आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में बैठकर इकट्ठे खाते हैं, लेकिन जहाँ पर उनको अच्छी न्यूट्रिशन मिल रही है वहाँ पर उनको एक नया संदेश भी हम देते हैं कि हम सभी मनुष्य हैं, इससे आगे कुछ नहीं, यही सबसे बड़ा धर्म है। आज के दिन मैं आपको यही कहना चाहूँगी कि आप जो भी गैदरिंग यहाँ है, एक तो बहुत सेंसिटिव इशू आप लेके जा रहे हो, और जो भी आपने सीखा मैं आपसे भी सीखना चाहूँगी कि आप क्या कहना चाहते हो। लेकिन मेरा आपको यही मैसेज है कि नॉट ओनली इन पंजाब बल्कि पूरे भारत में हम कोशिश करें कि कोई भी बच्चा मॉल नरिश्ड ना हो, कोई भी माँ खाने से भूखी ना हो, कोई भी। हालांकि पंजाब में बहुत ज़्यादा हम मानते हैं कि पंजाब इंडिया से ज़्यादा डेवलप्ड है, बहुत सारी स्टेट से ज़्यादा डेवलप्ड है, लेकिन पंजाब में भी ऐसे एरियाज़ देखने को मिलते हैं जहाँ पर 2 वक्त की रोटी लोगों को नहीं मिल रही। आओ हम मिलजुल कर ये प्रयास करें कि हर एक बच्चा, हर एक माँ हमारे देश की अच्छा खाना खाकर सोए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am, for those very, very insightful words. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we can have a louder round of applause for what we learned from ma'am's address. And she said it absolutely right, that there needs to be a better correlation between health and nutrition and how it needs to become a part of our lifestyle. And just look at the kind of examples that we heard. If you take the example of Government of Punjab, just by changing the basic ingredients that we use, when you bring our local ingredients, millets, ragi, bajra in the diet, you see that direct impact not just on children, but on young women, lactating mothers, so on and so forth. And that's exactly our endeavor for today, to work with partners like Government of Punjab and others to come together to make this a far more collaborative effort. So thank you so much, ma'am, once again for those words and the support that we continue to get from you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time that I introduce our next very special guest to all of you. And I'm going to really try my level best because she really needs no introduction. Our next guest is an actor, a celebrity mom influencer, but above all of this, an inspiration for women like all of us. Her Instagram bio says she's a happiness creator, and I couldn't agree more. Because in a day and age where Instagram fillers and filters seem to have become the norm, she has aged with absolute dignity and grace. An absolute inspiration for women facing body issues, an example for young mothers to not fall prey to imposter syndrome, and someone who's broken the taboo of what relationship with in-laws should really look like. So as I said, an inspiration for all of us present here. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the multi-talented Sameera Reddy. Sameera, thank you so much for joining us and for everything that you do for us. You use the power of social media the way it really should be. So thank you so much for not just gracing us, but doing everything that you do. And to take this conversation forward of the importance of health, nutrition, body positivity, I invite Megha Mamgain, Managing Editor, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran New Media, to take the conversation forward. Ladies, the floor is all yours.
First of all, thank you so much. I need to hear that every morning because there's nobody who second guesses myself more than me. And every day is a learning process. The confidence doesn't come it's not there. It has to be worked on every day. So those words are really encouraging, and thank you for having me here.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, a huge round of applause. She's come all the way from Goa. Thank you, Sameera.
Because I live there. I don't think I'm on holiday.
She wasn't vacationing. We didn't drag her from the vacation. She lives there. But thank you so much. And it really means a lot to have your voice to power the initiative. And it is an absolute delight to sit with you. Sameera, we talk of Poshan in a more all-encompassing sense. It's not just about food on the plate, but also about lifestyle, also about sleep, mental health. And so this conversation, when we're talking about embracing authenticity, I want to start with that point. It's not easy to be authentic, is it? I mean, we've all tried, and especially for someone like you to be on social media. Like Ridhima rightly said, that we are all cropping our pictures, we're all glossing them up, and yet you're putting, yourself...
My worst one.
But yeah, your true, authentic pictures, it seems we are getting a peep into your life. Is it freeing? Is it something that gives you joy?
First of all, I think that we are our own worst critics. I think when you look in the mirror in the morning, there is nobody making you feel worse than yourself. So actually, it starts with you. Now, outside factors are constantly there. If you look at social media, I'm actually really nervous for what it's going to represent for my son and my daughter, because it's showing something that's absolutely fake. And so I think that authenticity is liberating if you just allow it. But to allow it, you have to first not allow yourself to get affected by other people's opinions, and most importantly, what they think of you. And the biggest issue is we give too much power to everyone around us. It could be somebody trolling you behind a name that you don't even know actually who they are. And unfortunately, it can be your own friend, your own mother-in-law, and maybe sometimes your own parents or husband. Yeah. So I always say that authenticity for me started when I became a little selfish. And I decided that the power is mine. And the day I let go will be when you lead. And then other people say, oh my God, she's showing her pimples, she's showing her weight, she's showing flab, age, white hair, and she's confident. And confidence attracts people because they want it. And the interesting part is if you just lead that with authenticity, you just create a movement in itself.
I agree. I mean, you are inspiring so many of us, including me, to have confidence in my flaws. I mean, aging is great. Wrinkles are great, and I'm
You're
learning
not allowed to ask a lady her age, but the guys, I'm sure guys don't have that problem, right? Oh, what's your age? Oh, I'm 45. I'm aging like fine wine. When the guy gets white hair, he's so sexy. Oh my God, he's just looking so cute with that salt and pepper hair. A woman gets one white hair, bapre, she to freaks out.
Yeah.
If you ask a woman her age, it's like, it's so rude. The most interesting thing was my age was 3 or 4 years younger on Wikipedia. because I lied so much about it, I have confused social media to begin with. All the algorithms said, my God, everywhere she's saying she's 3-4 years younger. So chalo, average it out and we'll keep her age young.
Yeah.
So I did the craziest thing when my daughter was born at 40. I went and I changed it. And I said, I'm 41 actually. I'm not 38. And when I changed it myself, it was such a moment because I said, I don't want to lie.
Yeah.
What's there why do you lie to begin with, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it is liberating, and I think that there are so many people who think that calling you an auntie is insulting you, but now I want to take that as a badge of honor. Yeah, I'm an auntie, I'm a mother of two. Sameera, now my question to you is, what has your relationship with food been like? And has that changed as your relationship with your body has evolved?
My relationship with food was terrible.
Really?
I was, and I still am, and I have to keep myself in check. How many of y'all here are emotional eaters?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God, so few! I'm very impressed with you all in the back, huh? Very confident people here. I am an emotional eater. When I'm sad, when I'm upset, when somebody said something, when my investments have gone down, when the stock markets have crashed, anything can send me and I start eating. I go for sugar and I go for carbs. I think that I began to understand that and to isolate it and to understand that relationship. And the minute you nip it in the bud and you understand your own triggers, then I think your relationship can change, and it takes a long time.
Yeah.
But that being said, food and bodies for me are two completely different things, because today I'm a very healthy, balanced eater. But I still am far from that size that I was before I had kids. As an actress, I had a very small waist and I was very, slim. But I'm much more confident today than I was even when I was like super slim. And I realize it has nothing to do with your body. It is completely to do with your mind and your mental health. I can actually run more of I can swim more today. I'm much healthier. And just because you're thin and skinny doesn't mean you're healthy. That's a huge misconception.
And are you eating more healthy now?
Absolutely. I make choices.
Yeah.
And I always say food is not about, there's so many fad diets that come today. Intermittent fasting, ye mat karo, wo mat karo. If you look at reels, you get confused.
Yeah.
Eat carbs, don't eat carbs. Eat fat, don't eat fat. There's keto. There's I only go crazy.
Yeah.
But you have to figure out what works for you. But in particular with women and hormones, especially when you have a huge epidemic of PCOS, being anemic, because ma'am said it's such an issue. I have that issue. And I think all these come from hormonal imbalances and absolutely not having the right education growing up to eat right.
Yeah.
I say in schools we're sitting and teaching everything but the basics, which is maybe emotional health, emotional EQ.
Yeah.
Second is choosing the right foods and understanding food.
Yeah.
These are two major things for me that maybe should be put in as studies.
Yeah.
So girls can have, and boys can have a better understanding.
Yeah.
So I think that body and weight and food are all combined, but still they're yet separate because different parts of your lives, different phases and different attitudes to it.
Absolutely. Coming to our diet as women, and like ma'am rightly said, that across, and especially I would say in our country, there are so many households, like she correctly said, that women eat the last and they end up eating the least. Even simple things like picking the last roti from the dabba, she'll keep the last roti for herself, the woman. There is this subconscious bias that has settled in our minds. Did you ever encounter this growing up? And how did you challenge these stereotypes?
So it's a conditioning. It's what we grow up with. Now, my mother very proudly says, oh, I used to wake up at 6 in the morning because I have to make Reddy Garu's idli and chai, and she used to not eat until he ate. Yeah. Today, she is struggling. She's 78. She has umpteen issues. And the doctor only asked her one thing, is Mrs. Reddy, why didn't you take care of yourself? And sometimes it breaks my heart. She has tears in her eyes and she says, I was always worried about your dad and you. I put myself last. I didn't check if I had high diabetes or sugar. I didn't really take care of myself because I was always constantly keeping up with taking care of y'all. And that made a very big impact. When my mother herself told me, Samira, don't make that mistake. Now, interestingly, as you all know, my mother-in-law, very special lady, when I got married, and I remember I immediately got pregnant, she said, you and me eat first. Not only me, huh? Matlab, her and me, we eat before the children and we eat before my husband. Yeah. Because we have to then handle the rest of the house. Yeah. And she always told me, if you're well fed, if you take care of yourself, you'll be a happier mom, you'll be a happier person, and maybe, we'll make better choices rather than being cranky, snapping, and not only that, finally having bad health. So I actually learned that from my mother-in-law to begin with. Yeah. Especially when I was breastfeeding, especially when I was pregnant, postpartum, it's very important because we associate as women that sacrificing and, having this sense of duty makes us feel more wanted and loved. And everybody says, shabash. Such a job well done. And you're like, wah, wah. This whole false bravado and false, kind of connecting that kind of pride with that kind of sacrifice, that is the problem. Yeah. And that is all hands are clapping together for it. We need to break that. Yeah. Your husband, your mother-in-law, your family, as a society, and maybe in advertisements also. We need to stop applauding women being such sacrificial lambs, because we are then as young girls associating that for our future lives.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is so ingrained, and that chain is very, very important to break. You mentioned about postpartum depression, Samira, and you have been very vocal, and thank you for doing that, because as a young mom, I've just delivered twins 9 months ago, and I've realized that the people closest to you also do not understand postpartum depression or blues, and when I came back to work, people said, is it real? Is postpartum real? And yes, it is real, and only when I experienced that did I realize that how little we know of it, and how little conversation around it is. How is it navigating postpartum depression for you? And did all of this, lifestyle, food, sleep, right support play a role in you actually coming out of it?
So funnily enough, when a woman gets pregnant, the focus is completely on the woman for 9 months. Beta ye khao, laddu khao, ye karo, wo karo, take massages, all that. But funnily enough, when the baby comes out, the whole focus is on the baby. And I think, first of all, that itself is a little bit of a shocker. The hormones going for a toss is a bigger shocker. And nobody readies you for the sleepless nights. And also the changes in the relationship with your body, how you feel about yourself, and how your relationship with even your spouse changes. These are all very fine details that nobody talks about. Everyone says, "Kaun-sa pram le liya, kaun-sa hospital gaya, oh ho, acha C-section hua." Like, it's always about all the materialistic or the tick boxes, I say. But nobody really readies you for the emotional upheaval, and not all women have that backup of families that can protect you and help you. That being said, I was confused because I had everything and more. And I don't know what happened when my son was born. I couldn't feel good. I didn't understand it. I said, ye sophisticated log ke problems hai. My father always says, therapy sophisticated log ke liye hai. Ye sab bahut bakwas problems hai. My father's always, South Indian man, drilled it. So I also feel, no, this is wrong. I have to be strong. If my mother could do it, so can everybody. But I just didn't feel good. Now the shocking part is I went to a doctor and I said, it's 3 months. When I breastfeed and when I'm around my husband and my child, I have weird thoughts. I'm not feeling good, something's wrong. Arey, ye kuch nahi hai. And when my own doctor is telling me to just keep quiet, then I really feel that there is a problem because the education is not there yet. Interestingly enough, after 6 months, I picked myself up, I started reading about it, and then I realized, wait a minute, I need to step back and understand that it's okay and take a moment and head back into it with the right attitude, maybe a bit of therapy, maybe the right mindset, and then move slowly towards it. But that being said, not everybody has this luxury. And that is why the second time round, when I had my daughter, I was very vocal about it. In fact, social media pe everybody was like, oh, you have to look a certain way, you have to be a certain way, you have to show the right side. I said, you know what, I'm going to tell you exactly how bad this is. I'm going to not cover my white hair. I'm going to talk about my stretch marks. I'm going to tell you my body has changed. I'm going to tell you emotionally and hormonally how difficult it's been. And the amount of women in this country that have just stood up and said, me too, I felt like that. I couldn't talk to anybody. This is the power of social media. People look at the bad parts. I look at the most incredible, powerful tool of how people can just communicate, become a strong community, and really understand each other's problems, and bindas, bravely talking about on the comments without batting an eyelid. And that's where postpartum has come. From everybody chup, 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 from there to today, very vocalized and helping each other as a community. And I'm very proud of that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you. A round of applause for it. Because, there is a sense of shame.
There's a sense of shame, yes.
Attached to, am I a bad mother?
Yeah.
If I'm not feeling good about it. Also, Samira, now you call yourself messy mama. And while there are so many mothers on Instagram telling you exactly what to do and, what is right, you're allowing yourself to make mistakes and, really grow as a parent along with your children. What is it like, inculcating good habits, good eating habits with your kids? What are the things that you make sure that you're putting on the table so that they're getting the right sort of training and making the right choices as they grow up as individuals?
So for this, I really have to thank my husband, who's a very big, he's into nutrition and fitness. Okay. And interestingly, he's the harsh one. Ye mat khao, wo mat khao, sugar's bad, this, that. And I try to balance it out with my messiness, where I say, okay, there's a way, which is make smarter choices. Yeah. So the balance of his and my attitude has actually worked. But within families, especially joint families, I've had many women say it is so hard to make certain nutritional choices for my child because my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, everybody in the house is doing their own number, and then the children don't know which way to go. So that being said, you have to have a spirit within the family to say these are wrong choices, and in the future the child's body will be compromised, especially with sugar and oil and the way we use it happily in our food. I think that somewhere now the movement has started, but more within, I think it has to be more at a core level. So like that, my husband is very particular. I go ahead with that, but I'm still a little easy because I do believe if you're very harsh and they go to school and they see a child eating a lollipop, then they have that, they have that reverse, which is I'm worried that they'll grow up and start eating everything inside. Yeah. So I'm more of the balancing factor. I don't mind a little bit here and there. And I really believe is if they watch us eat and have the right examples in front of us, it really works.
Yeah. Also, I want to understand, you mentioned your mother-in-law and you mentioned, the support that you have from your in-laws. This is for a lot of women, and this is again a stereotype that aurat ki dushman hai, and that the biggest pain point in the relationship is saas bahu. And we've also, added fuel to fire with the sort of representations that we've had in cinema and our daily soaps. Meanwhile, what is happening on your social media is an antithesis of all of that. Did it take work to get there?
It still takes work. I fight with her all the time. You talk about nutrition. My mother-in-law loves fried food. Her favorite thing to give the kids are puri and shrikhand. And I freak out. And this usually happens when my husband is not in the house. Imagine. So, we do have a share of, definitely Tashan is there. But I'll tell you what it is for me. Is communicating and uplifting. I always say this, that women are usually like very Instagram about, oh, we really support each other. And I always say, do you really support each other? Now, I know that my mother-in-law is a single divorcee. And somewhere I felt it was my duty to just be her, be her extra, that little plus one which she felt a lack of. And instead of feeling like it was more of a bhoj, I decided to make it work for me. Also, interestingly enough, my husband didn't want anything to do with my social media. He's a very shy guy. And then when I looked to the left, I saw this other person sitting there, which was my mother-in-law. And I said, "Do you want to make a reel with me?" And she said, "Okay." And that's how the journey started. Because in COVID, we were all thrown into one house. And I don't know if it happened to you all, but it was like a pressure cooker. Suddenly, my husband, who was out of the house from 9 to 8 in the evening, was in front of my face with rationing food and exhaustion, and we all were thrown into one house together. And I think that to relieve that stress, we started making funny comedy reels, and that seemed to really release a lot of tension in other women's minds. So I told my mother-in-law, let's change the conversation. Let's do it in a healthy way. Let's do it in a way which is, it doesn't have to be that bad, because we communicate and we have boundaries. So for example, I do believe that all guys, I'm not saying anything bad about you all, but you know how it is, mamas are like, there's always like, mummy ne kaha, or mummy ne bola, or I won't tell mummy. And a lot of guys do that. You all just hide. You all don't have confrontation in you all. And that is the biggest issue. Then the power grid changes. When you get married, then it's like, you can't go against my mom. I will not deal with it. You deal with it. And it's a brand new family, and it's a brand new, relationship. And then you find your way, and sometimes it's not the best. And that's what happened with Akshay also. He just threw me in the ring with my mother-in-law, and he said, "Okay, find your way. I'm not getting into it. You have a problem with her entering the kitchen. You talk to her." So I spoke to her. And she took it really badly. She took it really badly, because I'm a very loud, strong alpha woman. And so is she. But interestingly enough, the communication was important, and I went at it, and I told her, "You tell me what you want, I'll walk the line with you. I don't like this, but I'll walk the line with you." And we communicate, we talk a lot, and now we have boundaries in the house, which is what has helped. But not all mom-in-laws are going to be like that, but if we can change it a little bit on Instagram, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is an inspiration, a start, that if this family can function like this, perhaps we can talk to our mother-in-laws and daughter-in-laws as well. But does the influence you, because I see both of you cook a lot of traditional meals, does that influence help, with bringing in the traditional values of cooking, traditional foods that you perhaps would not be able to bring in with the children? Does that help at all?
It does help a lot, because she's Gujarati, and she was married to a Maharashtrian, and I am a South Indian Telugu girl who my father married a Kannadiga, so quite the cocktail here. So interestingly enough, between the four sides, we have so many dishes, and we only get confused what to represent. And but she's very traditional, and I'm not that traditional. So she brings that out of me, and I really appreciate it. And what I really love is, again, the community of women and men who communicate through these recipes, and then everybody puts their angle on it. And it's really sweet to see so much information being passed around, and also the positivity and the happiness. And that's why maybe I'm all about happiness creation.
Yeah. As we would say that, if you were a reporter, your beat would be happiness. But coming to body positivity, and, I have seen so much commenting and trolling around anyone who puts anything around body positivity out in the social media, as if promoting body positivity is promoting obesity or, bad lifestyle choices. What do you say to that argument?
So, weirdly enough, I know that this is a very touchy topic, and I don't think I can comment exactly on sizing, because I've seen women who are, above the average weight, being trolled for saying we are happy and okay with this. So I think I tread very carefully while saying something about this, but personally, and this is my opinion, as I said again earlier, I am far from that perfect body that I had. But today I am healthier. My cholesterol levels, my hormonal levels, everything. If you see my annual reports, it's shocking that it's better at 45 than it was at 35. Because at 25 to 35, I was starving myself. I was fat dieting. I was trying to do everything possible to lose weight, and my body was that time able to keep up with it because it was younger. So I had a lot of issues then. I had hormonal issues, I had prolactinoma, my TSH levels were off the charts. And when I changed and I understood that the only way was to make smarter choices, and maybe that's why I could have healthy births also at 36 and 41, I think that I've understood that it is really not about the size, it is about, let's say it's quality over really the quantity. That being said, being told has just come about because, again, most of us are fed कि this body type is perfect, this fairness is perfect, these light eyes are what men want, the long black hair, and we are all just confused because we all have, been born differently, and then we're like, oh, do we not fit in? That means we're shit. So all these things intrinsically need to change. But the trolling will continue because as a country, my own dad, when I come back from a vacation tanned, he's like, arey, kuch kar lo, de-tanning kar lo. You know what I mean? It is something that's intrinsic in our society. We can't change it. And everybody will have their own vocal way of putting it out there. There are women who are excruciatingly thin who get trolled. So it's really not about being big or small. If people want to troll you just because you're just not this perfect shape, I say, what is the perfect shape? Your definition, like right now, I think I'm incredible, if I might say so.
Absolutely. I agree. I agree.
It's your definition. Every definition has to be different.
No, I agree. When you say that, I know that you truly believe that, that you think you are incredible, and I agree. But there are so many of us women who feel that, of course, she can say that. I mean, of course, she's an actress, and of course, she's beautiful. But us, we need to go on that fat diet. We need to look for, fat loss drugs on the internet.
No, you don't.
But tell me, for you to reach this point, I mean, when you say that you were your thinnest, did you at that point feel, as incredible and beautiful?
Okay, I'm going to say this, I was going to shock your brains out. How much do you think I weigh? And no actress has ever done this. This is going to be a headline. Come on. What did you say? 75. Oh, you're so sweet. What did you say? Oh, wow. You're far off. I'm 88 kgs. I'm 88 because I come from an Andhra body of my dad who has my skinniest weight was 75 or 73 when I was in films. That being said, today I can do a headstand over here without any help. I couldn't even do that when I was like skinny. I can do any yoga pose. I'm mad flexible. I do incredible amounts of yoga. I'm very agile and nimble. And I promise you, it has nothing to do with my weight. It has to do with how on point I am and how dedicated I am and how my routine is what defines my mood. When I say incredible, I truly mean it. It has nothing to do with somebody telling me, oh, you're wearing an extra large. Oh, is this your real weight? Oh my God, you're 45 years old. I have the strength to tell you my age and my weight because I am absolutely comfortable with it. So again, I bring it to you that at this point, if you're going to be looking for weight loss drugs and you're going to be looking for easy ways out, this is your problem. The problem is just wanting immediate results. Even with guys, you'll go through this midlife crisis and suddenly you'll are buying motorcycles and running around and doing hazard things. I got a couple of smiles at the back. Everybody wants quick fixes from the outside. Quick fixes. And I always say, don't do that. Have a nice plan for a year or two. Change your food habits. Take small little doses every day of positivity because your mind is trained to think negative. I'm not good enough. This person is earning more than me. That guy just bought a BMW. This woman just lost, and this thing of, oh my God, you're looking so good, you've lost a lot of weight. It is not a compliment. Stop saying that. So when I say incredible, it's because I have value and I have a lot of pride and more than that, I have respect for the amount of time I have invested in myself. And this I want to tell everybody, please invest in yourself. We are here for such an incredible chat on such an amazing podium. And I can sit here and bullshit you all, but I'm not. I'm trying to tell you that seriously look inside, go and do your annual tests, figure out what needs to be fixed, and don't go for the quick fix.
Please underline. This is really, I mean, this is really, in a sense, the take back for me. Before we conclude, I have just these, I don't know, rapid fire questions without a hamper for you. Samira, what would a quick meal, I mean, if you were hungry right now, what would a quick meal of choice be for you?
Nuts.
Nuts.
And don't mix nuts with anything sweet like kishmish and all, because then you end up eating more. So I would say more than the sugar, you go for the nuts. Nuts on its own are best soaked the night before, but definitely a handful of nuts or a fruit.
Okay.
And again, it depends which fruit. You don't go for a banana because it's pretty high in sugar. You go for an apple, you go for an orange.
Okay. Do you do cheat meals at all? And if yes, then what would the cheat meal be?
I think, first of all, cheating never happens for me after 7 o'clock in the evening, because I believe that's when your body slows down. So pretty much if I cheat, like sometimes if I see my husband or somebody eating a cheesecake and I really want it, I'll keep a piece and I'll have it for breakfast. So it depends on the timing.
Yeah.
It depends on the timing. I choose all my cheat moments at lunch.
Okay, okay.
Never
Great.
dinner.
Never dinner. Do you order out, and what do you love ordering?
I don't order out because I love cooking. Love, love, love. That being said, if I order out, maybe it's pizza for the kids because making that is hard.
Yeah.
But we make some pretty cool food at home, which I'm pretty proud of.
Yeah.
So I'm not much of a, sorry, Swiggy and Zomato, I'm not adding to your stock value.
Okay, and the last one, are there any healthy kitchen swaps that you have incorporated at
So I think prepping is very important, and I have the luxury of having a cook at home. So every day some kind of pulse is always soaked and kept ready. So for example, to give the children some kind of a chart, it's always mixed, it's always somewhere nuts, pulses and beans. Somewhere the prep is very important.
Like a sprout salad.
Sprout, a kabuli chana, black-eyed peas, even just rajma. But every second day, there is always some protein that's soaked and kept. So because it's soaked and kept, like a housewife, you have to use it because you can't waste it.
Yeah.
So the prep is very important. Or like a hummus, which is very easy to make at home. You just make a batch of hummus and you use it for the week. You always have stuff that's handy, because the biggest thing we do is excuses.
Yeah.
Oh, samne tha. No, walk away, take a moment, take a deep breath, ask yourself, do you really need that? And then go inside and try to take a healthier, but have that prep of something that's just ready.
Yeah.
Especially if you live alone, and I know it's hard, you can still make prep meals or have even frozen, prep sort of proteins in your freezer that you can just take, defrost and cook.
And the children, they don't grab a chip packet or they
No,
stick to
they actually, so my kids, funnily enough, so they're very into cooking with us. So my son also, like for example, he will pluck bimlis from the tree, and he loves making pickle.
Oh.
And now the neighbors also come asking for his pickle. So he's very, very enthusiastic about cooking with us.
Yeah.
And I've done that from childhood. I have asked them to choose carefully and cook with me. And instead of just saying, Acha, the cook will make it, they have to go in there and ask why. The other day also he asked me, why are we eating pancakes with millet? What's so great? And this happened about 6 months ago, because he went to his friend's house and of course he ate maida wala pancake, which tasted mind-blowing. And he came back and he said, this has a weird aftertaste.
Yeah.
And then I explained to him the difference between maida and millet. And I explained to him what is the difference of, how it's going to help him in the body. So instead of telling a child, don't eat this, I have taught them to ask why we are trying. And it's not easy, it's exhausting.
Yeah.
But in the long run, now he thinks, he would be better on this podium rather than me, because now he feels he knows a lot and now he gives gyan to everybody else, which is also actually quite bad.
No, but this is education. Yeah, but I don't have the last one on my list, but I'm sitting here looking at your gorgeous hair, and I'm losing hair postpartum. You have to tell us a tip for what are you eating, what are you doing for great hair and skin?
I mean, honestly, this is it's genetics. I think it comes from my side of the family, but so does diabetes and thick specs. I'm wearing lenses right now. Not everything is great, but I think that interestingly enough, because I've had a weight problem all my life since childhood. You know, I came from a family with 2 supermodel skinny sisters.
Oh, yeah.
And so I had to really be careful because I just went on my father's side of the family, which is tall, big, broad girl. So interesting enough, for my teens, I think that having nuts and pulses and again, you know, proteins, even for the veggies, I'm not talking about the non-veg, I'm talking about, you know, beans and stuff. I think all this has helped with growth, especially soaking it the night before. It is never a day that I've gone without having my badam soaked in the morning. And when my daughter and my son were barely 9 months old, I started incorporating crushed, soaked nuts in their diet, and pretty much a lot of healthy stuff. So Naira actually snacks on cheese, olives, and nuts.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, it's not fancy. She just wants it because she saw me eating it. And interestingly enough, it's better than her going and saying, you know, give me a burger or like a lollipop.
Yeah.
She'll actually go to the fridge and she'll take an olive or she'll take a walnut.
Yeah.
So it's really how you get that early on in their diets.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And that helps with hair.
That helps.
You know,
with-
because a lot of people ask me about my daughter's hair also, and I say, look, the only thing I've done is nuts
Yeah.
is a very big thing in the house.
Yeah, yeah. I think small changes go a long way. And with that, I'm going to wrap up this very, very interesting conversation.
I hope this was interesting because, I mean, I didn't want everyone to just be like, oh my God, you know, like, pa, pa, pa.
Yep.
I really feel, I would really want you all to feel good about yourselves. It's not easy at any age. And it's like, you know, people tell me, oh, you should go to colleges and speak. I'm like, forget about that. I was 40, 50 and 30-year-olds, I think, also need it. Because we have so much pressure to wake up every day and perform. And that performance takes a toll on your mental health and your physical health. So if there's any better a time, it's now. It's now is the time to get up and take care of yourself. And you owe it to yourself.
Absolutely. So thank you so much, Samira, and a round of applause, please, for Samira Reddy for being so honest, candid, and you know, not withholding anything from her age to her weight, and all the secrets for you know, the wonderful, impeccable beauty that she is. Thank you so much once again, Samira Reddy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Samira. Thank you, Megha. I'll request both of you to stay on with us. And I have to say this, Samira, more than you, I seem to be inspired by your kids, man. What control do they have at such a young age to eat healthy? So that's the kind of education that we all need to inculcate in our lives so that they become much healthier individuals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause, as Megha rightly said, for being so candid, for being so honest, and for being such an inspiration for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now a very special moment for all of us. It's time for a very, very special award. And before we proceed with that award, I'd like to also invite Mr. Gaurav Arora, COO of Jagran New Media, to also join us on stage. And I'll request Megha to stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, we take this opportunity to present Samira Reddy with the Positivity Promoter Award. Thank you, Samira, for everything that you do and continuing to spread that message. Could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Samira Reddy with the Positivity Promoter Award. For inspiring wellness, encouraging a culture of support and inspiration for across generations. Thank you so much, Megha, for that conversation. Thank you, Gaurav, and thank you, Samira. Ladies and gentlemen, we now continue with the proceedings as far as our summit is concerned. And before we go on to our next panel, I in fact have a fun activity for which I'd actually like to come down and meet all of you. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me? Can I get a louder yes? Okay, lovely. Are you all having a good time at the summit? Okay, so I basically want to now do a small activity with all of you, and I'll go back and we'll see who actually wins that. So what we also do with Only My Health is to try and understand what we are eating and how conscious we are with what we are eating, right? So what's on our plate? So what I'm going to just do is I'm just going to grab my sheet. Ria, can I just have the sheet? One second. Okay, so the weekend is just gone by, right? So most of us try and use the weekend as our cheat days, right? So can I quickly just ask, because most of you come from the health industry, so I don't know how many of you follow cheat days, but do you have cheat days on weekends? Yes, no? Cheat days on weekends? Yes, okay. That's a very, very healthy bunch. Okay, but I just want to go around and ask, do you actually know what you're eating, right? So I'm going to take names of some fast food, some kind of cheat food that we all eat, and you're going to guess how many calories does it have. The person who's closest to the actual amount of calories gets a special prize from all of us, okay? So I see you nodding, sir. I'll begin with you. Are you a fan of burgers?
Yeah,
Do you eat burgers?
very much.
Do you want to take a guess at how many calories does a burger have?
Somewhere around 800 calories.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, does anybody else want to take a guess? How many calories does a burger have? Okay.
Around 300.
Okay. This man is bang on. 300 is what each burger has. Sir, could you introduce yourself? We'll ensure a small prize reaches you.
Shwetang from Explore Indian Vacations.
Okay. Lovely. That, agreed. Okay. So, okay, I'm going to go across and get some word from here. Hi, ma'am. Are you a fan of ice creams? Not really. Okay, anyone fan of ice creams here? Now I'm not going to see any hands go up because people are scared that I'm going to ask them. But are you a fan of ice creams? Okay, tell me how many calories does an ice cream cone have?
Approximately 400.
Okay, anyone else who wants to take a guess of how many calories does an ice cream cone have? Yes, sir. Sorry? Near about 200. Anybody else who wants to have a guess? Please tell me. 24. Oh, sir, you're being very optimistic. I wish those were the number of calories. But it's 300 calories for just one ice cream cone. I'd like to do one more before we begin with our next session. Let's do some Indian food. Fans of chole bhature? Come on. We're all fans of it, aren't we? So, do you want to take a guess, ma'am? Calories for chole bhature?
350.
2 bhatures and small plate of chole. Okay, ma'am is close. It's about 480 to 500. Lovely. Could we have a gift for ma'am there, please? And could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? This is just to try and understand the kind of food that we're eating so that we're far more aware the next time we plate these food items. Could we have a gift for sir also here? I will come back after the next session, but this was just to get a sense of what we are eating, how much we're eating, so that next time around, we're far more aware of what we bring on our plate. And that's exactly what we want to do today, ladies and gentlemen, which is to bring these conversations, not just for this summit, but when you step out of this hall, you go back home, you look at that packet of chips and you realize the amount of calories it has. So let's really begin with our next session. And for that, I'd also like to begin with some data. If you look at some data being given by the World Health Organization, it says that you look at any related figures that you have, any issues that you have in your body, 60% of them have a direct correlation to the lifestyle that you lead. So whatever number of diseases that you could have, some of them, or many of them, will have some inkling as far as your lifestyle is concerned. And that's exactly what we want to understand today, which is the kind of relationship between health and lifestyle. Unfortunately today, a lot of people still continue to lead unhealthy lifestyles, and we see that in the kind of rise of diseases that we've seen, whether these are skeletal problems, cardiovascular issues, hypertension, overweight, really, the list is very long. So what is the impact of lifestyle on health? A Poshan perspective overview of lifestyle disorders and how nutrition plays a vital role in prevention and cure is what we will try and understand over our next panel. Before I invite our moderator and panelists, a humble request to all our panelists. What we're going to do, we're going to have the moderator right next to me, and the panelists will follow. You will all have your pictures, so we'll request you to sit in front of your picture so that it's easier for the audience to relate to you in case they have questions post the panel. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our first stellar panel. Dr. Niranjan Hiramat, Senior Consultant, Cardiovascular and Aortic Surgery, Indraprastha Apollo Hospital. Could we have a huge round of applause, please? I'd also like to welcome Dr. Sanchita Bhattacharya, MBBS PGD, Preventive and Promotive Health, Holistic Healthcare for Integrative Medicine, to please join us on the panel. Thank you for taking out time, ma'am. Welcome to the panel. I'd also like to invite Dr. Sharvari Sudhir, Consultant Physician and Endocrinologist, MD Internal Medicine, PG Diploma, Endocrinology, to also please join us on the panel. Thank you for taking our time, ma'am. Dr. Amit Gupta, Vice President, International Society for Medical Food and Nutrition, also joins us on the panel. I'm not getting the applause here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome. The panel has been very kind enough to take our time, and we hope to make this very, very insightful and interactive. On the panel, we also have Dr. Ashok Kumar Ved, DM Medical Oncology, MD General Medicine, MBBS Chairman, Cancer Institute, Medanta, Gurugram, also joining us. And completing the panel is our moderator, Megha Mamgain, Managing Editor, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran New Media.
Welcome everyone to the first discussion today. And a big thank you and gratitude to all the panelists sitting here. Please look at their names, look at the designations. It is important because we've really put together a panel that has vast experience, authentic, credible knowledge. This is not the information that you will get while scrolling reels. So this is going to be an important discussion. Let me first start, Dr. Niranjan, with you. In our country, the state of heart health is alarming. It is concerning because, we are in the news business, and every day all of us are getting to hear younger and younger people succumbing to heart diseases. What do you attribute this increasing trend to?
First of all, thank you for having me here again, after being here in last year's panel as well. And that's a great question, and of course now I think it's kind of a SOS for all of us right now. See, there are two main problems that we encounter. First and foremost, we are rapidly becoming the diabetic capital of the world, actually. Yeah, very high incidence of diabetics, and you combine that with stress, combine that with say a family history, and stress at a very young age, right? Competition is increasing. We are the most populated country in the world. So all of them start contributing slowly. It's like slow poison. Every single day, slowly, you start, getting affected. And the problem is these things don't start at 30s or 40s. They actually start very early, maybe in your early teens or in your early young adulthood. Okay. And then they manifest at 30, 35, and 40. I have a huge pool of patients who are between the age of 35 and 40, who have had heart attacks, who are going to have heart attacks, who have very high levels of sugar and, high levels of glucose and high blood pressure, and also rising incidence of smoking amongst very early, very early. Yes. So yeah, I mean, I think we have all the recipe for disaster in our country, honestly.
Yeah. There's a very interesting point that you made, that you said a population that is going to have heart attacks. I'm going to come back to that because that is going to remain vital if we can preempt, if we can figure out who are more prone to getting heart diseases. I'll come back, but let me get in Dr. Sanchita. Dr. Sanchita, there is increasingly a conversation around toxic workplace, toxic work environment, and there is an impact of stress. you know, young people, people like us, we do not follow a timetable to eat. So we are eating whenever we get the time. We're eating fast because we have tons of other things to do. How do you see that affect health, immunity, and our proximity to certain diseases that could have been avoided?
Okay. Yeah, stress is a very important lifestyle factor causing a lot of chronic diseases in the world today. And, you know, if we look at the chief underlying causes or the underlying factors in lifestyle diseases, there are few like one would say inflammation. So that's a very chronic, low-grade inflammation that is happening in all chronic lifestyle diseases. And when we are stressed, that inflammation increases. Okay. In fact, we have inflammation in the brain also. So stress plays a very important role. Second underlying cause of lifestyle diseases is oxidative stress. And when we are stressed, the oxidative stress in the body increases. To explain oxidative stress, you can take the example of an apple. You cut it into 2 pieces. You keep it on the table. It starts browning, right? So that is oxidation happening on the apple. Similar kind of oxidation, a browning of our body happens inside. And that can be increased because of stress, right? The third thing, you might have heard about the gut-brain axis. You know, that's becoming a common thing now. People have heard about it. People are understanding it. Our gut and our brain are very, very intricately connected. So when we are stressed out, when we are feeling anxious, depressed, mentally unstable, it starts affecting our gut also. And it leads to inflammation of the gut too. So these are interrelated factors: diet, stress, lack of physical activity, lack of sleep. They all affect us in various ways, leading to chronic lifestyle diseases.
Right. And interestingly, all of this is preventative, which is your area
Absolutely.
of expertise. Let me bring in Dr. Sharvari. Dr. Sharvari, you are an endocrinologist. And, you know, a lot of us argue that Indian diets essentially are carbs heavy. I mean, हम सब्जी खाते हैं रोटी खाने के लिए. हम, you know, we eat a little bit of dal, but the chawal is what covers our plate. But is that really a problem? Because when it comes to increasing cases of diabetes and obesity, half the time we're ordering out. So do you see our traditional home-cooked meals a problem?
Well, that's a very valid question, I must say, because there's so much talked about diet, especially diet fads these days,
Yes.
that we're more influenced about what is put up on social media than what actually matters to our body.
Yes.
And unfortunately, these reels and social media information is not tailored. It's not for individuals. It's for the population. And it may not suit everyone. Hence, coming to your question, Indian diets have always been carbohydrate rich. It's not today that we've started to incorporate carbohydrates in our diet.
Yeah.
It has always been that, because that's what we grow in our country. Agriculture has always been the main source of earning,
Yeah.
and wheat and rice have largely been grown over the years. But the problem started when we started processing that food, when we started processing and ultra processing it and taking out all the essential nutrients out of the carbohydrates that we put in our plate every day. And that is when the problem started to occur. Also, not that, our sedentary lifestyle that just got worse and is only getting worse with every passing year now. We see that we're longer seating hours, there's very, very less mobility. Exercise is probably not so common still in our population. And as people are still not aware about it as much as they need to be. So I don't see carbohydrate as the only problem or the Indian diet as the only problem in our population, but there are various factors. There's a lot of lack of awareness that needs to be addressed. And I think when we put it out in on a platform like this, it's a good way of telling everyone what is right for them and what is not. A lot of people just stay away from gluten because influencers tell them to do so, but it's not right and it's not needed. And I think that is what needs to be told by an expert.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, by an expert. Dr. Ved, let me get you into the conversation. And, you know, the big C. For long, we all thought that cancer is a stroke of bad luck. You know, किसी को भी हो सकता है और जिसको हुआ, you know, बुरी किस्मत है. But research is now telling us more about who could be possibly prone. How do you see nutrition and what we are eating, the lifestyle, how do you see that fit the story?
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me here. and it's really a pleasure to be here.
Our pleasure, sir.
Yeah, and to start with, ma'am has already struck the note by telling that how the oxidative stress, how the cardiac factors they work, how the metabolism works. So it is important to understand that our body is very, very sensitive to what we eat. So whatever we are going to eat, which we call nutrition, so it is just one component of the lifestyle. So lifestyle can have multiple components. It is about your chronobiology, that how, at what time do you sleep, at what time do you wake up, how do you exercise, and nutrition is a very, very important component. So now you know that with the availability of so many fast foods, ultra processed foods, which contain so many additives, preservatives, and they are not very high in, they are not very, nutritionally they are not very high in quality. So we don't know what these agents are going to cause. Ma'am just mentioned that the gut-brain axis. So let me tell that how the gut and the brain, they are connected. So what you eat, it changes the gut microbiota. So there are healthy bacteria in your gut. And when you eat all this kind of unhealthy food or the not food which is not very nutritious, it can change your entire microbiota. And these change in microbiota can directly impact the chemical transmitters which are processed in the brain, which are secreted in the brain. So this is how the gut-brain axis are connected. And these chemicals, they increase the oxidative stress. They can impair the abilities of your body to repair the damaged cells, which can ultimately lead to the cancers and the other complications.
Right. I owe you an apology because I addressed a question that was addressed to Dr. Ved. But thank you for your insight there. And Dr. Ved, you're the person to speak on cancer.
Sorry,
I apologize.
That-
it was my bad.
Nothing is in isolation, actually.
Yes.
An example is that WHO has issued an advisory that 20% of the cancers are going to be linked to overweight. Obesity is the cause for 20% of the cancers. We used to say that tobacco is 40%. Now add obesity to it, 20%. Now, how does obesity happen? There is a imbalance in what you eat, what you burn, and the quality of food you eat. Now, food is one of the very highly researched part of the cancer story. We know that vegetarian, Mediterranean type of diet is more protective. One key example, colorectal cancer wasn't very prevalent in this part of the world, largely because of the vegetarian diet. So there is always an upside and a downside to every diet. Now, the colon cancer incidence is increasing in India because our diets have shifted from being vegetarian to now we are getting non-vegetarian foods, and also processing and ultra processing.
Yes.
The second part of diet is, which is invisible. We eat what is visible, what is there in the diet. Now the next tobacco or next smoking is insecticides and pesticides. Many cancers have been now mapped out, documented to be linked to pesticides. So imagine what a farmer 2,000 kilometers away is doing. That is getting into what the cow is grazing on.
Yeah.
That's getting into the water supply, and you and me in Delhi are drinking the same water. So it's gotten into the food chain. The third is the way we cook our food, and there is an ample amount of data and evidence to say that cooking foods at high temperatures, like cooking kebabs. Go to Northeast, they cook their meat on open fire.
Yeah.
The incidence of cancer in Aizawl district is equivalent to the highest incidence of cancer anywhere in the world. That's certain parts of US. They have an incidence of 400 plus per 100,000, when the national incidence is 95 per 100,000. Aizawl has that. So there is a link to that. Stomach cancer, very high in Kashmir, very high in Andhra, because pickling of the foods, very heavily salted foods, and this comes from very elegant data of refrigeration. Japan used to do their pickling of the fish, centuries old practice, because there was no refrigeration. When refrigeration came in the 30s and 40s and 50s, they stopped pickling their fish. And they started putting the fish now into the refrigerators. And the incidence of food pipe and stomach cancer dropped. So it's a very complex scenario, and what we eat is leading to a huge amount of upheaval in the body.
Absolutely, and this is so interesting that small things are impacting our lives and our, proximity to disease in
And
such
the
a big way.
greens, fruits, vegetables, they are protective. Now, it's actually not appropriate to do a division based on the socioeconomic status, but as a cancer specialist, I'm used to the term poor man's cancers and rich man's cancers. And the poor man cancers are the ones where the intake of vegetables and fruits is poor.
Yeah,
And they are directly linked to the lack of fruits and vegetables in the diet.
yeah.
So
yeah.
the simple things
Yeah, absolutely.
translate into so much of impact.
Absolutely. Let me get Dr. Ashok Kumar Vaid now, into the conversation. Apologies for earlier, But my question, actually, the one that I had for you, Dr. Gupta, was the rise of health supplements, and these are now everywhere, these health supplements for everything. How can people determine what is beneficial for them without getting into some sort of marketing traps? Because they can these supplements also adversely affect if they are not the right ones to take?
First of all, it is important to understand that why do we need to take a supplement? So most of the people, they are taking supplements because of some short-term benefits.
Yeah.
Like just Samira told that they don't have a long-term goal.
Yeah.
They want to achieve somebody wants to prevent a hair fall, so they will go for
Yeah.
some supplement. Somebody wants to look more youthful, so they will go for some supplement. Somebody simply, they want to build some muscles, so they will go for the protein supplements. So it is important to understand that every time it is always better to get your daily requirements from the natural foods. It is the whole grain, plant-based diets which are the best. Then the nuts are the other things which you can have. And the supplements, unless and until you don't have any deficiencies or you have some reasons to have some deficiencies, only then the supplements are indicated. Otherwise, there is no role for any kind of supplement for the prevention. They don't prevent anything.
Okay.
So it should be very clear. If you feel that your diet is lacking in something, you are not able to take adequate proteins, you are not able to take adequate micronutrients, only then, or you may be having some diseases, like for example, you may be having a malabsorption syndrome in which you are not able to absorb the foods properly. You may be on some drugs which are interfering with the absorption of certain vitamins. For example, people with diabetes, they are often on metformin. So metformin delays or reduces the absorption of vitamin B12. So giving a supplement of vitamin B12 here makes some sense.
Yeah.
But otherwise, there is no role for any supplement.
Can I make a comment
Sure,
here?
sure.
Supplements, there have been studies that people men who have been on high doses of supplemental vitamin E will have a higher incidence of prostate cancer. So these are not innocent things.
Yes.
These are not innocuous things. And the younger generation who's sitting here and who are using the gyms and who are using the gym-based supplements, there is a very recent study published only about 2 weeks back. What they found that after about 1970, the incidence of colon cancer has risen in the age group of 30 to 50. We were traditionally taught, when I was a medical student, that colon cancer is a cancer of the 60s and 70s and beyond. It's not uncommon today to see somebody at 40, 42. In the supplements being used in the gyms, and this is a scientific study, mind you, there is an agent called as taurine. Taurine goes and upsets the microbiome, what is being talked about. And that leads to a higher incidence of colon cancer.
Yeah.
So it's a work of the last 50 years which has been published now.
Yeah.
So they are not innocent, they are not innocuous.
Absolutely, because there are so many who just pop pills because they think that is
And
going
just
to help.
just to add to that, we have recently published a consensus statement from Association of Physicians of India, that is the API. It was published a couple of months back only, and it talks about that where exactly you need some supplements or what is the role of micronutrients. So it is a detailed paper which has been published recently, and we have talked about that supplements are not required unless and until there is a valid indication for that.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. Let's throw the ball from that end to this now. Dr. Ranjan, coming back to your point where you said that there is a population that is I want you to take, that point across and tell us what is it that indicates to you that this population or this person or this patient is susceptible, is prone to heart diseases, and also talk to me about, the importance of exercise, and is it something that, one size fits all? Because we are all wearing our smartwatches that is telling us to walk 10,000 steps. Is that enough? A lot of women say, hum to ghar ka kaam karti hain, so that is equivalent to exercise. Talk to me about the correlation also.
Let's, create, let me use a real world scenario, right? I was doing a clinic recently in Noida, and I had a gentleman walk into my clinic, a very busy businessman, okay? And, he comes in a rush to the clinic just because I'm sitting there and he wants to get a checkup done. And then I check his blood pressure, it's 160 by 100, okay? Normal is 120 by 80. And then I ask him, how's your lifestyle? Do you smoke? Yes, I smoke. And he also chews tobacco. Okay. And then he's easily overweight. And then I asked him about his sugar levels. He said, I recently had diabetes, but I've been detected to have diabetes, but I'm not taking any medications. This is like, he's so casual about it. So this is just one example of how these patients, and this guy, mind you, he has easily about 40% risk of having a sudden heart attack in the next 3 or 4 years, easily. Okay, and this is just one example. Like this, we have numerous people in their 30s who are not watching their weight. They're just in a very fast lifestyle. Everybody wants to make quick money, quick living. We are living in a day and age where people don't have enough patience for everything. Health comes last, absolutely in the end. And then we ask ourselves, like, why is it happening to me? I was so good, I did everything, but at 35, because you're not looking after yourself. We don't prioritize ourselves. We only prioritize everything around us. And I'll give you another example, another 35-year-old, his friend died suddenly, so he came to my hospital to get it checked. And then I did all his blood tests, and I got a treadmill test done, and there were some ECG changes on the treadmill, and his cholesterol levels were high. I asked him, and he also clearly was slightly overweight. I said, I think, your ECG doesn't look good. It looks like you're going to possibly have a heart attack. Can we get you checked? Can we do an angiogram? He thought I was dragging him, reeling him in to make some money. He clearly left. He said, none of this is all nonsense. I'm not getting anything done. Like, it is alarming. One, there is no awareness. Even if there's awareness, there's denial. And if there's, nobody wants to take the corrective course of action. And unfortunately, because our youth population is so huge right now, and they're all getting fast into that age group where they're going to start seeing diseases, there's so many 38-year-olds, 36-year-olds who are already diabetic because of lifestyle problems, not because of family history, right?
Yeah, but all of us sitting here, we're not going to go to a doctor, right? Some of us will have to look at some symptoms, some indications. Who are the people who should see a doctor?
I feel if you're leading a sedentary lifestyle, you're eating a lot of extra food, especially from the outside, you are smoking, and and you have family history, then today, right now, you need to go to the hospital, get yourself checked.
All right. So if you have these 4 indicators, please do not hesitate to see your doctor of your choice. But also answer this question for me, Dr. Ranjan, that we all say that we have active lifestyles and we don't really need to take our time to exercise, or I'm doing the 10,000 steps. Is that enough?
See, 10,000 steps is not a random number that's come up into circulation. It was actually a study conducted by the American Heart Association as well as ACC, American College of Cardiology, and they found out that there's a sweet spot. 10,000 steps equates to about 800 calories per day, and that is what is said to be the sweet spot to call yourself active in a day. Yes. And that's why that 10,000 steps came into the picture. And it is directly linked to reducing your risk of heart disease by heart attacks by at least 5 times. Reduces. So that is why you have to be active. Now, for people who say, I work all the time in the house, there is no quantitative measurement of how much you work. It could be one person working throughout the day and maybe even more than 10,000 steps versus somebody doing, some moderate amount of work just twice a day, which is not even, worth burning 200 calories, so to speak. So it's a very quantitative misconception.
Got it, understood. Dr. Sanchita, want to bring you in, and we've all been saying, and we acknowledge that there is a lot of unverified but readily available information on nutrition and diet, right on our fingertips, on the palm of our hands. Sometimes, instead of benefiting, it adversely affects us. How can people, all of us, find that balance, and gauge what is the correct information? Is everything that is available on the internet to be used? How do you tell your patients to, sort of use good information versus bad information?
Okay, yes, there is a lot of misinformation and myths on the internet, and it's difficult for people, for the layman, to understand what is right and what is wrong. So especially if you have a problem, I think the best thing would be to visit your nutritionist or visit a doctor. If you already have a lifestyle disease and you are on medications, then it's better you visit a doctor who is also interested in nutrition, who is working through nutrition to cure people, because they'll be able to give you the best information. It's very difficult to make out what is right, what is wrong. There's so much confusion. There is so much of, for influencers are doing a lot of work where they talk about things which will give them some quick views and stuff like that. So I think the best and the safest way would be to visit a doctor who is working also on nutrition, who will be able to guide you, or a nutritionist who will be able to guide you what is the right thing to take, get the basic nutrition plan from them, and based on that plan, I am a plant-based doctor. I talk to people about taking a plant-based diet. But there are so many vegan diets on the internet which will have oil or refined foods in them, and that is not a whole foods plant-based diet. That can be very harmful. So only once we have guided them, what is right, what is meant by whole foods plant-based diet, and how do you choose recipes which will give you the foods in their natural forms, which have been not processed, which are not ultra-processed, which have not been processed, or they're minimally processed. That basic information has to come from a well-qualified nutritionist or a doctor. Only then can you go and visit your reels. Thank you.
Right, absolutely. And when you do look up on the internet, for instance, all of you doctors are always there to support us when we do our articles on onlymyhealth.com. It's a good way to see that if the information there has been substantiated to a doctor, or citation from a research, and only then should you, take that at face value. Dr. Sharvari, these lifestyle diseases, and there are so many claims, but is it possible, like for instance diabetes, is it possible to reverse diabetes, or is it only possible to manage it? Does food, sleep, lifestyle have a role to play? Because there are so many claims that come to this and we are going to reverse your diabetes. Does that actually happen?
I'm going to thank you for putting up this question. Thank you very much, because this is the right platform where I can speak about it. Just off lately, there has been a lot of, I would say, a marketing gig that is happening where they claim to reverse diabetes or reverse lifestyle disorders, which has actually been just a marketing gimmick. Let me tell you that, because it's not true in the sense that lifestyle diseases, or particularly, let's talk about diabetes here. So when diabetes begins, it's the inability, in fact, of the body to produce enough amount of insulin against the sugars that come inside, right? And that happens with destruction of cells that are produced by the pancreas, and that's how the process goes, and that's how one develops diabetes. So to understand what diabetes is, it's basically the beginning of losing the cells that make insulin, right? And I'm going to talk about very vague terms here. I'm not getting into the details of science. But for the layman, Ben said so. When we're diagnosed with diabetes the first time, I'm telling you, you're going to be surprised to know this, 50% ability of the body to produce insulin naturally is already gone. That's the first time when you already detected with type 2 diabetes, if I'm talking about. And thereafter, we can only try to preserve the other 50% that's left with us by either incorporating lifestyle changes or adding medicines, etc., etc. Once we follow the track of a good lifestyle, maybe a few medicines here and there, losing weight, etc., we can get it to a stage where we call remission. That means it's in a level where it is back to the non-diabetic level, but we still require medicines or lifestyle changes to continue to make sure that it remains in that level. So there is remission for sure, but there's nothing like reversal or going back to a normal life that you had before you had diabetes, right? Coming back to your point again, that how lifestyle has been important, till date, till over centuries now, we've established a lot of treatments for diabetes. There have been newer drugs that are coming in, but lifestyle changes remains the first and foremost line of treatment to treat diabetes and high blood sugar. So hence, when we start the treatment for diabetes, even if it is with medication, diet and exercise have the primary role to play in control of diabetes. If we lose that track and we only believe that our diabetes will be taken care by the medicines or the insulin that we are on, we're wrong. We're absolutely wrong, because no amount of medicines or insulin is going to take care of you if you eat loads of sugar or processed food or whatever that comes in your plate. Hence, lifestyle will always be the first and foremost way of treating any lifestyle disease, like let it be blood pressure, hypertension, or heart diseases, or diabetes, or obesity, etc. And then the next line of treatment is going to be through drugs. That, of course, the expert would decide for that individual. But lifestyle will never go away as the line of treatment, and it's going to stay with us forever. In fact, now with time, we've tried to understand how exercise and certain cutting down calories or certain way of putting nutrition in your plate has played a huge amount of role in controlling your blood sugars, controlling your heart diseases, your blood pressure, etc. And that is why it is important that when people read about facts like we can go back to having a normal life again, we can start eating sweets, and I'm not going to be a diabetic anymore, it's a big bubble, and that needs to be burst as soon as possible, I think, because there are ways that you can control your blood sugar with, but it is not going to go back to the normal state. You can always control it. The control is in your own hands. If you want to do it, you can do it. Nobody else is going to be able to reverse it for you.
So no shortcuts. Don't get into the trap. Dr. Gupta, the internet recently freaked out on reheating rice. I don't know if you heard about that how it can lead to food poisoning, and that, even cases of death because the rice was left out on the slab and it was reheated. Can you talk to us about some of these do's and don'ts, and, really tackle them as myths or facts? Reheating rice, is it okay to reheat rice? And I have a few more, but quick ones. Reheating rice?
I think every time you reheat food, you are actually decreasing its nutritional value again and again. And reheating, again, the method of reheating, again, it is very, very important that at what temperature are you reheating. And if you are reheating at a very high temperature, again, it can destroy the nutritive value. And it may not be carrying that much value for the nutrition as well. And food poisoning, as you asked, if you are leaving that rice for a long time, not refrigerated, then probably sometime it can get some kind of toxins as well because of the growth of the bacteria and all.
So refrigeration, like we said, is important. Reusing oil that we have for puris. Puri dalne ke baad oil bach jata hai. As housewives and homemakers, we don't want to throw it. But
this is very, very interesting question. Have you ever noticed the color of the oil in which your samosas are fried at a street vendor? You will find it is jet black in color.
Jet black, yes.
So every time you reheat your oil, it is becoming more and more carcinogenic. I think Dr. Vaid can put more light onto that, because every time you are using reheating the oil, it is becoming more and more dangerous for you.
Cancer broth.
Cancer.
Oh my God. Use of plastic bottles for water.
So I think these questions are...
you want to take that, sir?
Yes. I can...
Please go
So plastic bottles again, why I really admire that the hotel staff here has kept the glass bottles, because there is a concept of the nanoplastic, nanoparticles. So I just heard one of the presentation in a conference, and it was really surprising to hear that these plastic bottles, they are actually, we are not drinking water, we are drinking carcinogens into it. So the amount of microplastic which is going inside us is really can throw our metabolism out of order.
So would you want to take any of this? And also I have another one, use of microwaves. Is that something that doctors recommend or not?
Coming back to the microplastics, probably we are consuming plastic equivalent to the size of a credit card, actually, every year. Yes. So and it has gone deep down into the seabed and everywhere, you know. So this is the next big sort of challenge which all of us will be faced, you know, because we don't know, you know, the number of diseases it is going to unfold. So this is a new learning for medical science as well. Now coming back to the microwaves and all that, I think there is a lot of concern. There is a lot of a layperson's anxiety about this, but a lot of unproven facts. And the good old sort of principle of reheating, which Dr. Amit has already alluded to, I think that applies more to reheating foods. The manner in which you do, I think, and then there is no direct relationship of microwaves to cancer causation, as we thought at one point in time that all these the signaling towers for all our mobile phones are, and even our mobile phones are going to be. There was a huge debate about the GSM versus the CDMA.
Yes.
All that has been settled. Okay. And in fact, there was a point early on, this is about 20 years back, people thought that tumors of the eye, tumors of the bones around the ear, and even smaller structures within the eye, the incidence has suddenly gone up. But over a period of time, all that has been settled.
Yeah. There's another one that a lot of women get to hear, is that if you're wearing underwire bras or black bras, you will get breast cancer.
It's a myth. So many myths about cancer are
Yes.
floating around. All that one needs is, in your life, and then that's applicable to all the specialists who are sitting here, you can't live on the edge. जीवन की गाड़ी बीच में चलेगी, neither left nor right. You got to be sensible about what you eat, the way you live, the time you sleep, what foods you are taking. You know, and then there has to be a balance in your own lifestyle. You know.
That's true. That is true. We'll have a last round of questions and we'll open it up to the audiences. Dr. Niranjan, in your experience, what are some of the mindset obstacles that come in the way of good heart health? That मेरे family में तो है नहीं तो मुझे हो नहीं सकता, या that I am too young, I cannot get. Are these in your patients, in your day-to-day interactions with them, do you think there are some mindset obstacles that come in the way?
See, up to a certain age, our body is quite forgiving, okay? Say we are in the 20s, up to 30s, I would say. So whatever we eat, whatever we do, we still look quite reasonable. We don't have any major diseases. But the damage starts very early. So thing is that if somebody says this cannot happen to me, this is very common in humans, right? Denial.
Yeah.
Like, it's not me, it's the other person. It's the other way around. It can first happen to you and then somebody else. Yeah. Like, we always think, okay, my friend died, okay, it can happen to him, maybe this was a problem, it can't happen to me. But actually there are a lot of damages that are already going on in our body. As I said earlier, we need to prioritize ourselves first. We got to look at what we eat, what we do. This being a nutritional summit, and all the experts here have added very well that most of the diseases, like diabetes, hypertension, unless it's, you inherit it from genes, are actually preventable. So, the fact that you're just going on eating and you expect nothing, no damage to happen to you, that is the biggest, misconception we are living with.
Dr. Sanchita, a different look, a different perspective, but also there are increasing cases of eating disorders. The pressure of looking great for the gram, the choices that we are making in lifestyle, the time constraints that a lot of young people are facing day to day, is that something that you think can be prevented, can be mitigated with timely intervention?
Yes, of course. I get a lot of patients who are young, who are traveling a lot, and they really don't have time to cook too much, or their maids are cooking for them. That's also a common thing. How is my maid going to cook differently? But these are, these can be overcome. For example, like it all depends on the person. How concerned are you about your own health? Are you willing to sit down with a doctor and understand what are the root causes of your problems? And that is always my thing. Like I will always explain to them what are the root causes of your problems. Once they understand that, they're willing to make the changes, right? And they're willing to choose wisely. The emotional eating, the binging disorders, they really go away when we give them the right kind of foods for a certain number of days or for a certain number of weeks, and their cravings start going away. So there are ways by which these cravings can go away. We just have to introduce the right foods to them, because the gut is involved in a lot of ways in our lifestyle diseases, and once the gut is taken care of, the binging, the cravings, they can all go away. Even if you're traveling, you can make wise choices, and we are all traveling nowadays. Who is without traveling? So we have to understand just what to eat, what not to eat when we are out, and make wise decisions. That happens once the cravings and the binging go away, and they go away when you eat the right way for a certain number of weeks.
Yeah. So when you talk to your patients, do they actually inherently know what they're doing wrong, or do they discover in conversations with you?
No, they discover it in the conversations with us.
So there are certain
yes.
things that we're doing unknowingly.
Yeah.
For instance?
For instance, they'll say, my parents have been using ghee, my grandfathers have been using ghee, and they put a lot of ghee in all their rotis and everything. And I say, and they have lived to be maybe 80s or something. I said, if they didn't use the ghee, they would live to be 90s perhaps. So we don't know. And their lifestyle was very different. They were working a lot. They were getting rid of all that extra energy they were putting into their bodies. Today we are leading sedentary lifestyles. Our lifestyles have changed. There's a lot of environmental toxins. There's a lot of chemicals in our food. We need to decrease the saturated fats, because that causes a lot of inflammation in the body. So once I explain all that, they make the changes. Within a week, they start seeing a difference.
So when you're saying no ghee, what is the oil what is the cooking medium that you recommend for all of
I recommend no oil for cooking.
No oil?
No oil for cooking, and it's doable. My cook can cook marvelously without oil. So many people tell me, I have the maids, how will they learn? So we have cooking videos which we send them, and they learn to cook their onions and roast their onions without oil. They learn to give dal tarkas without oil, and the food can be absolutely delicious. You just have to know the recipes. If you try them, many of them are following, and some of them use minimal oil. Minimal oil, but no vegetable oils, no refined oils. More of the other things like sesame oil is still okay. So I recommend that. Or they add oily stuff like, they'll add a few peanuts to their cooking. The difference is peanuts comes with fibers, while your oil does not come with fiber. That makes all the difference. Or sesame seed paste, or maybe a little bit of coconut gratings. So that enhances the flavor of the food, but it is not harming you also. So there are ways to overcome now.
This is very interesting, cooking with no oil. We're definitely going to look up those videos. Dr. Sharvari, another big issue and concern is the rising cases of PCOS in women. Every second woman that you meet in your vicinity, in your family, is going through this challenge. There are menstrual irregularities. Menstruation is, menarche is getting, young girls are reaching menarche very quickly. Do you suggest any dietary changes or strategies to tackle this? Is this, again, something that should be tackled lifestyle-wise?
Okay, so there are a few things that are very commonly put up on the internet, and when you Google the symptoms, the first few things that Google puts out is PCOS, a thyroid disorder, or maybe obesity. Well, to the actual case, when a patient walks into my clinic and tells me that the patient has PCOS, so-called, that's the patient self-diagnosis is what they come out with. They don't really have PCOS. Yes. Because it's a syndrome. It needs to have certain symptoms. It needs to have certain signs and investigations, and that's when we conclude that this is polycystic ovarian syndrome, right? But because, thanks to internet and a lot of misinformation, when you just write in your symptoms like weight gain and irregular menses, people just invariably think this is because of PCOS. So first and foremost, they really need to diagnose if it is PCOS or not, and then start making changes or start taking the treatment accordingly. But yes, that being one of the lifestyle disorders also, not because, like I said, if it is a frank case of PCOS, they would have multiple symptoms and not just weight gain or irregular menses. They would have other symptoms like excessive hair growth, they would have hair fall, they would have acne, irregular menses, hence lack of certain hormones, certain sexual steroids going abnormal here and there. When we investigate and conclude that this is PCOS, there's a different line of treatment for that. But if it's only weight gain or irregular menses, then they need to come to the specialist, discuss their problems and understand that a lot of times only weight is a problem why your hormone or hormonal changes can take place. And it's primarily the weight that needs to be reduced to reduce the insulin resistance that causes other problems like prediabetes or now even fatty liver or, and then later on high blood pressure, etc.
Got it.
So you need to understand what exactly the problem is and just not label it PCOS unless it's not labeled by an expert after certain set of investigations. Coming to that, insulin resistance being the biggest problem in PCOS, why they find it difficult to lose weight. Yes, for that, lifestyle is first and foremost choice. And because it happens in a lot of young patients, like you just mentioned, early teenage, early puberty, again, thanks to the lifestyle and the food that we put in our children's plate, it's mostly processed because it's easy. Packaged food is easily available outside schools, outside the classes they go to. There's very little sports activity or activity outside the house that they do. There's a lot of screen time. There are a lot of factors that perpetually led them towards obesity. And we need to cut down those factors before we conclude that they're getting into a disease or a syndrome or a chronic condition like PCOS.
Right.
So to understand that, I think, yes, lifestyle really plays a big role. Nutrition really plays a big role. And that should start from the time we start teaching them what needs to be eaten, what is right food for them, what is the right amount of exercise or sports activity or activity outside the house for them.
Right.
And I think that is what needs to be changed with time. Rather than just blaming it to your hormones or just giving it away, saying that no, it's not me, it's the hormones that's doing it.
It's a disease.
Yeah, the hormones are the bad boys, but it's not really the case always.
Got it. Dr. Gupta, if we look at the India perspective, and we spoke at the start of the event about the duality that we have in the country, that we are exporting our milk and grains, and yet, there are citizens that are malnutrition, with the stunted growth in children. How do you address and attribute this sort of, two sides, two extremes of the nutrition story?
See, most of the time we are talking about nutritional issues. It can be either undernutrition or it can be overnutrition. So earlier it was believed that diseases like heart disease, diabetes, cardiovascular disorders, dyslipidemia, fatty liver, they are because of the overnutrition. But now, if you see the latest research and findings, the urban-rural divide, the rich-poor divide, it is actually getting bridged because the access to the food has improved. So everybody is eating almost same kind of calories. And it is not just about taking more nutrition. Now there are very less chances that you will end up with undernutrition unless and until there are compelling social reasons, there are compelling financial reasons, because the level of the physical activity has gone down. So though we have a big challenge in front of us, because at the same time we are talking about the non-communicable diseases, at the same time we know that undernutrition can also lead to these non-communicable diseases. Now we know that if a child is born with less weight, low birth weight, then he is more likely to have diabetes. Yeah. So this is how, a mother who is giving, who is undernourished is likely to give rise to more non-communicable diseases. So it may also be linked to some other diseases like cancers also. So it is very, very important to understand. And to this, I would just like to add one, just to touch up the point of obesity also, because Samira also talked about the weight loss and the body shaming. So let me get the message very clear. Whenever you are coming to a doctor, a nutritionist, or a lifestyle coach, and you are coming for the health, then the weight loss is always going to be positive for your health. So there should not be any doubt about it. But if you are coming to us for the cosmetic reasons, So it may not be the right choice. Because the weight loss which is required to attain a positive health outcome is only to the tune of 5 to 7%. So if you are weighing 100 kg and if you can lose 5 to 7 kg of your weight, you can significantly improve your metabolic profile, you can improve your chances of cardiovascular disease, you can improve the risk of having risk of diabetes, hypertension, dyslipidemia, fatty liver, and even cancers also. So this is very, very important, which we need to understand.
Valid point, sir. And my final question, Dr. Ved, that, we keep saying that diagnosis of cancer is not the end and that there is treatment and there is, a light at the end of the tunnel. But during treatment, whether it's radiation, chemo, what is the role that nutrition or food for the patient as well as I feel for the caregiver, because there is a lot of conversation around alkaline water or, a particular type of food. Juicing is also something that people talk about. Do you recommend as a doctor any particular diet to follow, both for the patient and the caregiver?
So, cancer itself is a stress on the body system. And cancer is consuming the calories, consuming the body system. And most of the treatments are also a stress, be it chemotherapy, that's a chemical stress, or a radiation. And there is generally a tendency to lose one's appetite during that time. And therefore, there is a shortfall what the body needs and what the patient eats. And that's where there is a critical role of nutrition, And in most of the big cancer centers today, we are backed by nutritionists who understand cancer nutrition as a subject. But as a cancer physician, the overall message to the patients and families is that you need what is cooked in the kitchen. Don't change your diet diametrically. What you're used to for the last so many years. And there is no chamatkari khana. There is no magical diet. It's the kitchen diet, supplemented with a little more protein, because the body needs to build up the tissues which are breaking because of the cancer, because of the treatments. So one needs a little more, and some supplements which are medically directed. We were talking about the supplements for a healthy individual. Now we are talking about supplements to someone who's undergoing treatment. So these are very controlled and very calibrated supplements. And these are not everyday supplements. For example, a lot of our B complex supplements contain folic acid. And we use drugs which are anti-folates. So I don't want to give what is good for A and may not be good for B. So the two prescriptions may be different, depending on the drugs. So normal diet, little extra protein, some supplements, very calibrated what we give. And also the caregivers are indeed going through a stress themselves. Their whole day's routine may be disturbed, their eating patterns would be disturbed, what time they are eating, because they are looking after patients. So they also need to sort of regulate their food habits and their diets. Now, we are bombarded with, a lot of questions that kiwi helps in building the platelets. There is a fruit which I heard, my apologies, for the first time from one of my patients. This is graviola from South America. They said this is a cancer buster. And I was surprised. I said, please give me a day. I need to study. So there will be some, unique products or unique fruits and vegetables coming from different geographies which people are used to eating them in those environments. If you go back to our traditional living and traditional eating, what we used to eat when we were young in our village, it used to be according to the season. My grandmother would say, curd during so-and-so season, and lassi during so-and-so season, and an unseasonal, stay away from it. And that's what we tell. Eat seasonal fruits. Don't eat unseasonal fruits. Brought in from somewhere, your body is not used to. So it's quite a bit of common sense with some supplementation, which the nutritionist would understand, the physician would understand, but there is no magical diet.
Right. I think, Dr. Niranjan, you want to add something?
That was a fantastic discussion. I just wanted to add some statistics because they were talking about obesity and, physical activity. So one of the most recent studies, and this I'm talking about just in the last 6 months, 50% of Indians are not physically active enough, 50%. And the rise of obesity in India in the last 20 years has gone up from 20% to 40% now. And same in America and everywhere.
Right.
So this is like a epidemic, you
Yes.
know, obesity, and then we wonder why are we dying early.
Absolutely. So many vital takeaways from this conversation. Thank you so much. I think, Ridhima, do we have time to take a few questions? We're completely out of time. I took up all the time. But you can, get to speak to them here on the floor 101. Thank you so much, all of you, for your time. And thank you for adding power to the Poshan Summit. We're very, very obliged at onlymyhealth.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megha, for moderating it so well. I'll request all our guests to stay on with us on stage. I'll request Megha to stay on with us. We'd like to offer a small token of our appreciation for the time and insightful details that we got from our guests. And I'll request Megha to felicitate all our panelists one by one. Thank you so much. Could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? I think that was the perfect start for us to understand one of the key parameters of what we wish to achieve today, which is what is the kind of food that we need to understand, what we hear on social media. Not everything that we hear needs to be consumed. So discretion, education, and awareness are the three keywords that I think were the big takeaways from what we heard from our experts. Could I also now request all our panelists to come together with Megha for a group picture before we let you go? Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. To the lovely audience, you've been extremely patient. We want to now move forward to our next session, which is again a key parameter of what we wish to understand today as part of the Poshan Summit 2024. Now, we've heard, whether it was Samira talking about it or even our previous panel, how crucial is the word nutrition. And we want to delve a little deeper into our next panel with exactly this. There is no denying the fact that today nutrition is the cornerstone of a healthy and fulfilling life. It's really that fuel that really fires up our body and also takes us forward each passing day. It has a direct impact and correlation with our energy levels, physical well-being, and mental clarity as well. So our next panel, over the course of next 30 minutes, will explore the vital role that nutrition plays in our lives, and will also provide you with practical tips to make you have informed choices. So what we're going to discuss is Eat to Win, the power of nutrition for maintaining true fitness standards. Ladies and gentlemen, could we begin with a huge round of applause for our panelists as I invite them on stage? Could we have our first panelist, Jyoti Arora, Chief Dietitian at All India Institute of Ayurveda, to please join us on stage? And could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we also set up for our next panel? What we'll also try and do is, if you have any questions, you can write them down and we'll try and take them at the end of this session, or we'll request a moderator to ensure that we have some time. But could I invite our other panelists as well? Archana Singhal, counselor and therapist, founder Mindwell Council, National Capital. Could we have you on stage with us, please? And could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? They're ones amongst you. They're from the community who've been kind enough to take up the time and help us with their insights today. Dr. Geetika Chopra, celebrity nutritionist, founder, Magic Dietitian, to please join us on stage as well. And could we have a huge round of applause, please? Could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our guests? I also now welcome Divya Rawat, Deputy Manager, Dietetics Expert, HCL Healthcare, to also join us on stage. And it's lovely to see full women power as far as this panel is concerned. Completing this panel, we have Dr. Sanjay Sood, Chief Medical Officer at Super Specialty Block, VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital. Doctor, thank you so much for taking our time and joining us. And the moderator of our session, Vani Malik, Content Lead Health, Jagran New Media. Vani, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Ridhima. So, what you eat is what you are. This age-old saying holds more truth than ever before. In an era where fitness has become synonymous with self-care, our understanding of health has evolved beyond just physical activity. It is no longer just how much time do we spend in the gym, but it is also about what we eat. We have a stellar panel with us today to discuss about how what we eat has a profound impact on our body. So my first question for today is for Jyoti Arora. So Jyoti, how does Ayurveda define the role of nutrition in maintaining long-term fitness?
All right. First of all, thank you so much for having me here and inviting me again here. And yeah, so we are coming straight to the question. Yes. So, fitness. So we'll start with Ayurveda. It's an ancient science of personalized health medicine, right? So that is the thing which nowadays you're hearing a lot. Like this is a science which is talking about personalized health, depending upon the Prakriti or the constitution and the three doshic theory. So let me brief you a little bit about this thing, then we'll go back to how it is actually helping for the long-term fitness for the people nowadays. For instance, I can tell you that there are basically three kinds of Prakritis, broadly if they categorize into ectomorphic, mesomorphic and endomorphic. So you have seen certain people who are having slender limbs, thin hairs, thin skin, comparatively. So they are normally considered as Vat Prakriti people as per the Ayurveda. And there are people who are medium built but comparatively well built people who are having very thick hairs, lustrous hairs. So that is the indication which they tell them, okay, these are somebody who is having more of the Pitta Prakriti. And the third kind of people who are more stout, plump skin, and long hairs. I'm just giving you a few examples so that you really can correlate with these things. So they are the people who are considered to be endomorphic or the Kapha Prakriti people. So that doesn't mean these people are having only Vat, Pitta and Kapha. What do you mean by Vat, Pitta and Kapha? Now in a simple, general, common man's language, if I'll tell you, Vat is something which is movement. That means whatever the reactions happening inside the body related to the movement, whether this is the circulatory system, cardiovascular system. So all these things, all the metabolic reactions are particularly a set of considered as Vat. And secondly, all the structure, all the tissues inside the body, which is normally considered as Kapha. Governed by the Kapha. And the third thing is which is Pitta. Basically all the metabolism happening, whether the anabolism or the catabolic reactions happening inside the body, which is mainly belongs to the Pitta. So everybody is having these three doshas, and these doshas are in the different proportions inside our body. So I'm talking in a typical Ayurvedic language. So now I'm coming back to the modern science, how we correlate it nowadays for that.
Because there has been a great shift towards Ayurvedic way of living today.
So now, first of all, can you identify these kind of people around yourself? You can really identify these people. Doesn't matter how much you try, the people who are having very plump skin, it's very difficult for them to shed weight. And there are people who are very slender and they are having very irregular metabolism. They are having sometime indigestion or sometime the very good digestion. They're having variable appetite. And there are people who are having very good appetite and they are easily able to do endurance activities, easily able to do the good strenuous activities also. So they are the Pitta people. So that means the apparent evidence is there in front of us, first of all. Secondly, there are enough SNPs and epigenetic markers or metabolic markers already have been establishing that, yes, there are the categorization is there. But now this is established. But now what is the thing happening is that we still are actually solving the riddle here that how personalized nutrition can help and cater in a personalized way to these kind of prakritis, and that's not happening.
Yeah.
Recently, even in the coming future, that's not happening soon in the modern sciences. So why don't we pick up the cues from the Ayurvedic sciences?
Yeah.
So the Ayurvedic sciences is saying that there are 5 tastes which we are should take as per our prakritis, and that again is established that we are having the taste receptors not only in our tongue and in gut but all throughout our body. So that means whatever the taste-based diet, if you will be taking, that will automatically tune your metabolism to fulfill your requirements, what your body needs actually. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is one thing. So that is a philosophy which it is differing from modern sciences, is saying about 6 nutrients and from 6 food groups. But the Ayurvedic sciences is saying 5 tastes from the 12 food groups to be taken.
Yeah.
So if you'll do this thing, that automatically tunes your metabolism. Yeah. And second thing, lastly, I just want to rest this question, is that your digestion is very important, because digestion is something is variable.
Yeah.
Some days you're having very good digestion, some days you're not having good digestion. So if you'll be able to tune that thing and you'll not avoid this thing for longer days, then you will be good to go. If you'll restore your digestion by doing the things like intermittent fasting is there, or some typical fasting, religious fastings are there, or taking light meals, or taking carminatives. There are carminatives which are already have been mentioned in Ayurveda to be taken. Again, Prakriti specific carminatives to be taken. So these things help to restore your digestion. And third thing is the rasa-based diet is helpful to balance the doshas, because we are living in a world which is having a lot of environmental stress, right?
Yeah.
And we even are exposed to different kind of foods also. So when you're taking different kinds of stress or different kind of food or occupational stress, so these doshas are bound to derange. Yeah. So if you will tune this thing with right kind of rasa-based diet, and also by tuning up your digestion, you can restore it before these symptoms will convert into a pathology. That is what is the Ayurveda is saying.
Yes. So there was
Thank you.
actually, I feel that it is very important for us to understand that how Ayurvedic way of living can also help us sustain and thrive and also feel healthiest. My next question is for Dr. Sood. Like Jyoti said about food groups. So in current times, there is a lot of chatter about protein intake, protein supplements. So how do you think this whole conversation and topic has taken over the health market? And what is your point of view on it?
That's a beautiful question. The best thing which even Ayurveda emphasizes, besides their technical views of the doshas, is just eating right.
Yeah.
In the right balance, and that is what Ayurveda also emphasizes.
Yeah.
In fact, you will be surprised, and it's a compliment to Only My Health and Jagran Media to be doing a summit on Poshan or nutrition. Because if you see, about 50 to 55% diseases actually can be prevented by eating right, whether it is carbohydrates, fats. You don't have to be very finicky about कि ये कितना हो गया percentage wise. Just a little moderation. Now, in fact, yesterday was a World Heart Day, and a very interesting thing for you is 90% of the heart attacks are preventable.
Yeah.
And almost by eating right, 30 to 40%, agar nutrition is taken in a proper way, you can prevent the heart attacks, besides not smoking, physical activity, or taking enough sleep, and avoiding stress, in summary.
Yeah.
But now coming back to your question on proteins, see, proteins have become a billion-dollar business all over the world. It is not in India, but it is in US. And there are huge companies, they are driving this business, and whether it is a drug companies, no company promotes nutrition. It is all for free.
Yeah.
Or if they only promote is high protein diets.
Yeah.
Now with youngsters, and some of their role models. If you look at one of the biggest role models in the world, if I'm not wrong, Arnold Schwarzenegger, he had a heart attack few times. So he was a bodybuilder. So the question is, whether do we really require these proteins in the quantities which are promoted by these companies without any calculations? I have a lot of few dietitians with me and they'll agree with me. Sabse pehle, the best thing to understand is how much protein does a body require, and whatever extra protein into the body, what it comes in, what happens to that protein. So body, as per ICMR guidelines, and the Western guidelines vary a bit, requires about 1 gram per kg of your body weight. And some of the guidelines mention about 0.85 gram of protein per kg of body weight. So if your body weight is 60 grams, you just required 60 kilograms, you just require about 60 grams of protein approximately, with a little bit here and there. And only extra protein is required during pregnancy, during lactation, during adolescence, during your growing years. So there is a little difference in the adult and the different age groups. Now the question is the youngsters, the teens. So there are two kinds. One who are growing, who are becoming taller, and the one who are doing for fitness. So the question is, even there has been a study, even with the Olympic athletes, do they really require so much of protein as many of these drug companies seem to sell with those big labels? So the question is, even for the Olympic athletes, there was a study that you just hardly require about 1.3 to 1.5 gram approximately, with a little bit here and there, of protein per kg of body weight, even when your body is in a high repair mode. So basically protein is required for repair of your muscles, the cells, and in case you are growing, for the growth of those areas. So in summary, you must understand what does protein do. Please understand, extra protein, if not burnt by exercise and repair of muscles, not requiring that protein can even be stored as fat. So that's a very important thing. So now the question is, extra protein, what we get, see, ultimately is all going to go out either way. It is going to put load on your kidneys. See, ultimately when the protein when the proteins are used, ammonia is produced, which converted to urea, and it has to go out through the kidneys. So you're making your kidneys work harder, making them age faster, and it can affect on your liver. It can affect on, some people say, acne, extra protein, many of the whey proteins which people consume, they create some of the intestinal disorders, bloating, headache, nausea. So they are not worth the money you spend. Please understand, these protein powders were not there when probably Dara Singh was a big wrestler. They used to consume after exercise milk. And milk gives you both water and proteins, and a balanced protein. The best protein is egg bioavailability. Another thing very important to understand about proteins is, proteins have a group of amino acids, and some of them are essential amino acids. Now when if you remember, I think many of you will understand, the best diet recommended by many of our ancestors was a khichdi. Khichdi has both a pulse and a cereal, and you eat it with curd. That is how balanced. So the question is, if you, as far as non-veg protein is concerned, that is a more balanced protein which has all the amino acids. But in the Indian diet, if eaten in the right way and you calculate it, dietitians you can do it yourself. It is simple mathematics. 100 grams of how much food I am eating, how much chapatis I am eating, how much dal I am eating, usme kitni protein I have taken, and approximately you can calculate. And if you do a normal diet, which all of us consume, then you are almost having sufficient protein in your diet. Agar aap reasonable 600, 750, 600, 700 grams of, if you take milk or if you take eggs, and you take about 500 ml of milk. So you will find, and you take your dals and pulses if you're a vegetarian, a balanced food. You take your cereals and you take your pulses. Pulses are deficient in certain essential amino acids. Cereals are deficient in certain other essential amino acids. So if you're a vegetarian and you take a combination of cereals and pulses with some curd, all your amino acids are covered. So there are disadvantages of taking complete proteins from non-vegetarian diet. A little bit within a certain limits, it is all right. But the question is, extra protein doesn't take you anywhere. It wastes your money and puts load on your kidney. And you just and the simple example, our ancestors never had these protein powders, and I can assure you they were much healthier than us. They were doing enough physical activity and taking just the food what was available and working hard, and that solves the problem.
So I would like how Jyoti and Dr. Sood said that it's so important that what we eat should be correct, and what we eat also impacts our psychological mind, our thought process, our mental health. My next question is for Archana. It also happened in 2020 Olympics when Simone Biles, a gold medalist gymnast, actually withdrew from the Olympics owing to mental health conditions. So, Archana, how important it is for us to feel good about what we eat, to actually feel healthy from our mind, and what connection does it have with the food that we eat?
Hi, thank you so much for having me here again. Yeah, so to understand the intersection between food and mind is something very, very important. Yeah. It's, this awareness has to be created. Yeah. I'm glad you asked this question. So I'll start with a very simple example. We have a luxury car, and it's suggested that we only use premium fuel in it. Yeah. Somehow we don't do that, and we use a normal fuel. The car will work fine for a while maybe, but slowly and gradually it might affect the machinery and the mileage and the efficiency of the car. Yeah. So similar is our body. Yeah. It needs good protein, good bacteria, yeah. But if we devoid it, we ignore the need of the body, it might affect us in longer runs. So this gut-brain connection, this gut-brain axis was earlier also discussed on stage. I will take it further. I'll explain it in a very simple language. What happens is our nervous system has neurons, nerve cells. They have neurotransmitters. They release neurotransmitters. And these neurotransmitters are the chemical messengers, right? Yeah. Which further give messages to the body. Now, these neurotransmitters like serotonin, 95% of serotonin is produced in gastrointestinal tract. So, and this gastrointestinal tract has a lining of neurons there. So, if we have good bacteria with good food that we feed to our body, it not only protects us from inflammation, not only helps us digest the food better or maybe extract the nutrients from the food better, it also activates the neural pathways that connect the brain and the gut. Yeah. So that's the most important connection that we all need to understand. Brain has not only the physical messages that it sends to the body, it also sends cognitive messages. Cognitive messages such as learning, which affect the learning, thinking, processing of information, concentration maybe. You have to understand that what we eat actually not only feeds our body, it feeds our mind as well. So it's so important to understand the value of nutrition in our diet.
Exactly. Exactly. And there is also a very deep connection of our mental health with what we see on social media. My next question is directed towards Dr. Geetika. Geetika, please tell us, we see a lot of these celebrities following a very rigorous diet, a very rigorous fitness routine regime. So, how do you think that celebrity diets impact public perception of nutrition and healthy eating?
Very good evening to all of you, and thank you so much for calling me here. And I think all of us, this is a must-awaited question. हम सब Instagram follow करते हैं, YouTube follow करते हैं और देखते हैं trends आ गए बहुत सारे, vegan trend, intermittent fasting का trend, keto trend, and we need to understand the pros and cons of these trends. Vegan trend was started by Virat Kohli. Okay, so we need to understand why was it started. Basically, he started having inflammation in his body. He was not able to perform well. So he thought of shifting from a hardcore non-vegetarian to a vegetarian diet, ताकि उनकी body alkaline हो पाए. अभी क्या होता है, when we take lot of stress, तो हमारी body acidic हो जाता है, हमारा gut inflame हो जाता है. Inflammation causes lot of acidity. So the vegan diet helped in that. So that is why this plant-based vegan diet was followed. Then if we talk about Malaika Arora, she launched this thing of intermittent fasting, in which you are eating for 8 hours and you are keeping yourself zipped up for 16 hours. Now we need to understand, हम 16 hours कुछ नहीं खा रहे हैं, and we have to fill up ourselves in those 8 hours. But actually, is it possible for every one of us sitting over here? How many of us have done intermittent fasting?
I think a lot of, yeah.
Okay. So is it actually possible for every one of us to do intermittent fasting? Not actually, but yes, अगर हम intermittent fasting करते हैं तो it has really helped to control your sugar spike up, it has helped to lose weight, lose inches, and it really helps to detox our body and helps our digestive tract to rest. So these trends are good. It's nice to follow the trends, but we have to understand that trends are set and they were made according to the body. Then the third very famous trend came of ghee coffee. Early morning, take water, put ghee, and you put coffee, blend, and you drink it. So now, this again went viral, like it got very good reviews. People have this problem of acidity. And acidity का antidote है ये. If you take ghee coffee, it gives you good strength and endurance. It is very good to increase the metabolism. It is good for your glowing skin and hair, because actually we are avoiding ghee और हमें ये myth है कि अगर हम घी लेंगे हमारा weight gain होगा. But at the same time, if you take ghee or good fat first thing in the morning, you're increasing your metabolism and you're giving kick to your body. So, but people who have this problem of heart attack and people who have high cholesterol and fatty liver, are they supposed to follow this diet? No. So whenever we follow any diet trend or we see anything on Instagram or any of these pages, we need to understand what is for us, and we should do that.
So my next question, Divya, I would like to come to you for this. I said that social media is it plays a very major role in our everyday lives, especially those who are also into a normal life, who are into 9-to-5 jobs or who have a job where they have to sit the whole day. In such cases, what you see on Instagram nowadays is people just eating food, mukbangs and all of that. How do you think that this trend is actually taking the whole world towards a very different approach of eating, and how do you think this adversely impacts our overall thinking?
So first of all, good evening everyone, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. It is always great to share the platform and get immersed in mindful conversations, so definitely. And it's a very interesting question, I'd say, because we have seen over internet, many days, so many reels are there talking about foods, snackification is there, but how we can cure that snackification is by binging on the right kind of snack. So the key here is to have small and frequent meals rather than going for large meals, because so is the pattern of an erratic 9-to-5 person's job only, that they end up eating nothing at all, or rather they will just grab a meal on the go and they won't chew food properly. Thereby again, because they won't chew their properly food, then again mindful eating is not there. So that is really important, that we are doing snackification by having small and frequent meals on the go, and that too going for the minimally processed foods. Minimally processed foods examples could be n number of foods like Samira ma'am told. It could be roasted chana without any jaggery, or you could go for a handful of nuts, which will be giving us good fats as well. So that is the key here, that you are taking small and frequent meals in between, and definitely you should not be skipping breakfast at any cost, because we do see individuals who are skipping their breakfast, and thereby they have to be again compromising on their metabolism. So the key here, definitely have a breakfast that is full of proteins, lean proteins. It could be a plant source, it could be an animal source consisting of some lean fats, but definitely do not skip on your breakfast. And like Dr. Gitika mentioned also, that nowadays so many people are going into the pattern of intermittent fasting, which is absolutely okay, because different bodies have different types. Might be I'm able to metabolize fat better, but some individual might not be able to metabolize faster. So nowadays, personalized nutrition, what I have seen is the key only. So we need to identify that whether I am going through some chief complaint or not. It could be related to acidity, might be I'm more prone to acidity, the other individual won't. So that is the key. And I'll just give you a clear example of it. Like two individuals are there of same height and same weight. Or let's just say the other individual of the same height might not be having the same weight. Because nowadays we are just focusing on numbers. I want to be 47 kgs because that girl is 47 kg, she's of my height only. So usually in our head, the key is all about the numbers. I want to be 50 kg because that was being promoted over internet. There is a famous song by Honey Singh as well, 47 weight Kurida. So that is a great example of that only. We are just so much stuck into numbers that we do not see, there could be weight loss and inch loss as well. So the key here, sustainability and consistency definitely with the minimally processed foods, but alongside we need to be making sure what kind of food we are putting in our diet. So definitely quality over quantity matters a lot here. Thank you.
So like this discussion that we were just having right now about what we should eat, what we should not eat, how much should we eat, what interval should be there. As per Ayurveda, Jyoti, please tell us, what specific Ayurvedic food practices would you recommend or you tell people about that this is healthy to follow and it should be or can be a way of life?
Okay, so you're talking about the food which will be helping, which I understood from you is helping to maintain the health and fitness, right?
Yes.
That is something which you want to ask.
Yeah.
So how you can maintain the fitness? By two ways, by physical activity, first of all, and by taking the right kind of food. These two things are the only solutions for that, right? So first of all, we'll talk about the, again, constitution. I'm coming back to that because obviously I'm somebody who would advocate Ayurveda. So I want to start with that. Everybody is unique. Everybody is having their own constitution. So everybody is having their own natural inclinations also, right? Some people are having craving for sweet food. Some people are having craving for sour or salty foods. Everybody. So if I'll tell somebody who is having inclination for sweet food to have the sour food, would they be able to enjoy that? No, they would not enjoy that, right? So that is the thing which normally we talk about, the cravings part. And when the cravings are bound to happen to us and we, if are avoiding that thing, that even is not helping us anyways, because we end up taking some or the other day the copious amount of food and we end up taking extra calories also. So I am not recommending you to curb your cravings at all. That is one thing which I want to tell you. Because cravings are something which is very much your natural inclination, because you are born with certain type of taste receptors in a higher density. Okay, so that means you're bound to have that craving for particular taste for yourself. So only two cravings which are addictive as per the sciences have been established till date is sweet and umami taste. So when you're taking these things on and on, then definitely, yes, you can have the addiction. But then what you really can do is you can control your appetite, and appetite can be controlled. This is not a myth. This is definitely is a doable thing. And you really can figure it out when you start having more amount of the food. When you know that thing, you really have to go for whatever fasting or intermittent fasting or regular timing of the food. And that ways you can control your appetite. Once your appetite is controlled, go on. If you're having craving, go on, have the food which you want to have. Because end of the day, if you're not satisfied or happy with what you are eating, serotonin, as the other person was saying in my panel, is something which is originating and secreting in your gut. If you're not happy, you definitely, after certain days, you will end up taking the whole amount of food which you were craving for many days and you were resisting. So that is one thing which I want to say. And secondly, obviously, you would be having cravings, you would be taking foods of your choices, you're surrounded by the food, so obviously your doshas again are bound to imbalance. Okay. So then what you really have to do, then you have to take, then you not have craving all the time. Then you have to again go for the healthy switch to your diet, as per again your constitution, that whatever the taste is recommended as per the Ayurvedic philosophy, stick to that kind of taste for certain duration of time as soon as you feel healthy inside. I'm not saying divulge into your cravings regularly, but sometimes that happen. And not only that, sometimes the, again, as I told earlier, environmental stress is there. We're going for parties, we're going for different kind of gatherings where we take a lot of food and we really can't avoid that thing. So again, one and only thing which we want to tell is balance your doshas with right amount of the rasas. But rasas are again sweet, salty, sour. So that I don't want to dwell into. Just want to give you a little idea about it. Like Vata people should have more of sweet, sour and salty taste. Sweet, sour and salty, because they are the slender people. They need more calories. They are thin usually. Until unless they don't end up taking more quantities of the food. That they, again the doshas imbalance is there. So they need more nourishing food first of all. Secondly, the people who are considered pitta, that means their metabolism is good. So they don't gain weight easily. But at the same time, metabolism byproduct is the heat, which is produced inside the body. So they are fire element anyway. So that's why they need more cooling properties also, and at the same time nourishing food also. So they also need sweet food. But apart from that, the food which is having cooling effect, the taste like bitter and astringent taste or something which is having cooling effect also, it regulates the metabolism, the tune up. And now this is a riddle, I know about it, but you really can test it on yourself, because your body anyways is having very good intuitions, and you really can incline and you can test on yourself also, because as you see that thing, there is no single remedy, there is not a single solution which is given by any of us. So why don't you try that thing? And third thing, now coming back to the kapha people. The kapha people are something who are having comparatively good amount of tissues, particularly the fatty tissues. So obviously, these are the people who are more efficient to derive energy from less amount of the food. So obviously, they don't need high calories. And they have sweet cravings. So these are the people who are coming in the danger zone easily. They're getting obese more easily. So yes, they should practice on and off the intermittent fasting for longer duration, like 16 and 8 wala, because these are the category of people who really can fast for longer duration. They don't need too much energy. That happen. And apart from that, the taste which they usually have is bitter, pungent and astringent taste. That is it, which I just want to say.
So like Jyoti just said, that each body type, each body composition requires a specific diet, right? But in today's time, when we see that there are so many diets floating around in the market, intermittent fasting के बारे में जैसे हमने अभी बात की, there is a vegan diet, there is a DASH diet, there are so many diets. So Dr. Sood, how do you think that these diets that are there, that are easily available on the internet, how all of these diets are adversely impacting the public health, overall public health?
Studies do keep coming, things do keep changing. If you see, there was an era don't eat eggs, there was an era eat some eggs, there is an era eat only eggs a week. So the things keep changing always. Now the question is the diet fads. There was a time, I'll quote, in All India Institute, there was a study done by Dean Ornish. He was a very famous guy, and it became a big fad in the US, and they did All India Institute of Medical Sciences Delhi. They said go with zero fat diet. Although it never happens because there are some always invisible fats in your food, but they said go with zero oils and zero fat, everything. Now that is totally out. Now we say you should have some amount of fats because there are some essential fatty acids like essential amino acids which are required for the normal functioning of the body, whether the functioning of the brain or many of the hormones or other endocrine systems. So the question is, the best thing is to have a balanced diet, reasonably a mix of a balance of moderation of diet, not excess of fats, not excess of proteins, like proteins powders we discussed, and a reasonable amount of carbohydrates. Now they say you must have fat, you must go down on carbohydrates, which makes reasonable sense. And the reason is, if you're eating your proteins, which are balanced, the non-veg, they have their own disadvantages. If you're having your fats to give you essential fatty acids, you're having your proteins in the right amount and decrease of carbohydrates. If you look at the West, in India, we eat too much rice, too much chapati. And we do try to make it into a balanced food by mixing it with pulses and other things which which give us all the essential amino acids. But the carbohydrates are cheap. Proteins are expensive. So there was an era in India where more of carbohydrates was eaten. You must have heard people were eating roti with a mirch or maybe with some achar. Vegetables were not easily accessible. The biggest problem was food was difficult to get. You had to really work hard to get your food. And now you're sitting in an era where food is available on Swiggy or Zomato. You don't have to move from your chair or your room. So there is a switch. You're sitting in an AC room, you're not sweating. And you would sweat out by doing a lot of physical activity. So these food diets at times are, I won't say outright reject them. Science is always evolving. But the best what I've found is eat in moderation. Probably in India, the kind of climate we have, we were trying to do what the West or they do it in England. England, the climate is very cold. Like you need more food in the winters. But the kind of climate we have in India, probably we don't. That's another debate by itself, whether we really need 3 meals a day. And the concepts of Ayurveda, although I don't really understand the dosha issues, not been trained. I'm a nutrition expert myself. But their concept of having a good breakfast, having an early dinner, and eating in the right amount. But everything is available. Na? There is momos, there is Maggi, there is a huge variety of food. You have continental, you have Chinese, you have Italian, you have Western food. So the whole thing gets diluted and you want to do like Instagram, Facebook. You're trying to do too many things in too short a time, and then you're trying to eat or taste too many things in too short a time. And that is where the crux of the problem. So you'll end up eating more calories, you'll end up eating more fats. Like one of the things, another thing what they said was going with zero fat. It is totally outdated now. It was a landmark study at that time. So these food diets are something like this. They'll keep coming, they'll keep going. But something eating in moderation and the basic principles of Ayurveda, although the doshas I don't understand. But simple, balanced food in the right amounts solves your problem and doesn't make your meals very expensive, saves you a lot of money on those fancies. I know of people, they are following those health coaches on the internet. One of my own relatives, a very highly educated person. I can assure you from that among who got 100% in science in 10th class, he got an international coach. That coach told me you have to eat boiled chicken to build your body and you have to eat 35 grams of chicken. So he would measure that chicken on a machine, on his weighing machine, to have that 35 grams. And then what you're doing is building stress. You're not enjoying life. And stress produces heart disease. So directly or indirectly. So just eat what your ancestors taught you. Eat it in a balanced way. Eat it in a moderation way. Exercise, don't smoke. Sleep well. And these are the situations for good health. And I can assure you, you can prevent 90% of your heart attacks or heart diseases.
I just want to add here in this one thing about the thing which you have put it nicely, sir. Yes, as the breakfast should be the larger and the dinner should be the lighter. That is something which we were hearing from ages. But that have been established recently by the circadian rhythm molecule chain, which already is confirming this thing.
I'll add to your
that's
story now. Now what is happening? It is happening with me also. I am working throughout the day. I hardly have time to have a proper meal after sitting down. I'm rushing. My breakfast is being rushed, my lunch. I'm at times forced to skip because of my work, and most of us people in the corporate life. So you don't have time to eat nicely. And so your heaviest meal is late at night. And after which you don't do hardly any physical activity. Uske baad khub sara khana khaya, you watch some television, and you go off to sleep and don't do any physical. And that is the crux of the problem of the obesity all over the world. And now for this, they are marketing those drugs for weight loss drugs. It's another $1 billion industry like the protein powders. It's coming out in a big way. I won't mention the molecules. I think the doctors here, that is biggest, they are going to be the biggest sponsors of all the conferences of doctors. So that is how medicine is moving. But the best thing is follow Ayurveda, make it simple, and eat early, and it doesn't cost you much.
Yeah, but there is another point which I want to add there in this. Only food really can't help you to achieve the fitness. Yes, we are bound by our lifestyle. We really can't have enough time for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, depending upon our routines. But we should do the physical activity. There is no shortcut for that. No drugs, no supplements. But
no smoking.
No smoking. But why we can't do that thing? Why we can't stick? Everybody, I'm sure 99.9% people are some or the other time in their life do some or the other physical activity. But the problem is that they are not consistent. Why they are not consistent? Because they are not picking up the right physical activity as per their
Ma'am,
constitution.
I'll give you your answer. I'll make it very simple for you. Previously, I think I was talking, there were no buses, there were no taxis, there was no Uber, there were no scooters. Only thing you had was walking. And the markets were not near your house. You had to go to maybe another village, maybe 10 kilometers down the line.
So what is the solution now? We have to find a
solution is make life simple. I'm as a preventive medicine expert also, I'm telling you. Make your life simple. Do regular physical activity. I don't know how many of you know. Currently, sitting is being taken as equivalent to smoking. Many of the Western countries, in many of the international companies, including Amazon, Google, they are having those standing stations where you work standing. And you will see the difference in the body of two individuals. I'll give you an example of a conductor and a bus driver. A simple conductor is always moving around the bus, and the bus driver is always sitting. You will see a change in their body composition, the way they look. And so the ideal thing is exercise or walk 10,000 steps amounts to about 7 to 8 kilometers, but it's not an easy job. For a woman, it is going to take 1.5 hours of walking per day. And so it's an exercise, it is another big debate by itself. And somebody who has to lose weight should be doing about 20,000 steps. 15,000 to 2,000, which will amount to 12 to 14 kilometers a day, which is again 2-3 hours. But that is what we don't do. So try to do maximum of your work standing, move around, don't just keep sitting. Even on a computer or a laptop, you can have standing stations. Work for half an hour, move around, take a small walk in your office only, and that solves a lot of problems. And that is what I do. And I think I'm slim enough, not so bad.
So as we are slightly running out of time, I have my next question directed to Archana and Dr. Geetika both. Like we touched base upon the topic that how stress impacts our eating habits, and we get into that habit of stress-induced eating. What is your take on that, and how detrimental can it be for our overall health? For both, yeah.
As far as stress is related, I think we should do detox. This is called dopamine detox should be done. First thing in the morning, half an hour phone छोड़ दीजिए. रात को सोने से आधा घंटा पहले phone छोड़ दीजिए. This is called mobile detoxing, which is really important because when we are on our phones, we are actually not giving our time to ourselves. We are losing the component of self-love. When you get up in the morning, do little workouts, do light, you can listen to music, you can do chanting. Meditation is really important. You can detox by drinking lukewarm water with lemon. आप कॉपर के वेसल में पानी पी सकते हैं. आप जिंजर, टर्मरिक, सिनेमन उसको डाल के उसका पानी पी सकते हैं. सिट इन मल आसन इन द मॉर्निंग. सुबह उठ के जब हम मल आसन में बैठते हैं, आई एम गेटिंग मैनी केसेस जिसके अंदर कॉन्स्टिपेशन बहुत ज़्यादा इंक्रीज़ हो रही है. डिटॉक्सिफिकेशन शुरू होती है ऑयल पुलिंग से. वो टेक्निक्स कर सकते हैं. सो दिस इज़ रियली इंपॉर्टेंट. अगर हम सुबह उठ के वी गिव 15-20 मिनट्स, हाफ एन आवर टू आवर सेल्स, एंड रात को सोने से पहले इफ़ वी रीड एंड वी लिसन टू गुड म्यूज़िक, when we do this, we are releasing good and happy hormone which is called dopamine. जब हम इसको increase करेंगे, we are leading a healthy and a happy life, which is really very important.
Now, I would like to add one more thing to what she just said. To relieve ourselves from stress, I think mindfulness is something very underrated these days. हालांकि awareness आ गई है, but people don't do that. Everybody, always complains that we have time crunches because of busy schedules, and that's understandable. But there is a concept of taking micro breaks also. And now micro breaks may mean different thing to different people. For example, for a continuous 45 minutes or 50 minute session, I would take a break of 10 to 15 minutes. Because I need that, right? But not for everybody. Some people might work for 2 hours as a stretch, and then they would like a break of, say, 30 minutes. So everything is tailor-made. जैसे आपकी body की need है, जैसे आपकी mind की need है, उसके accordingly you should be taking breaks, not work in continuation. Also, taking out time to eat peacefully is so important. 10 मिनट की आपको डिसिप्लिन बनाना बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है, where you eat peacefully, not watching TV, just concentrating on food and having good feelings about food. That's so important to relieve yourself from stress, because if you'll continuously eat bhagte bhagte, it is going to stress you out again, and all that is good in the food will never be absorbed by your body. So these are the important things that we need to practice.
Adding on to, I'll just like to add one more point. Many a times we may confuse this hunger and cravings. Nobody wants to eat a cucumber and a celery stick when they are craving for something. So that is very important, like Archana mentioned, mindful eating. But we have to be aware that maybe just try drinking a glass of water, 1 or 2 glasses of water before you are craving for something. So in that way also, you may end up eating too much. Obviously that guilt trap, it is a vicious cycle, it is going to be there. But just drink a glass of water or so, and then realize that actually whether at first place you need that food craving to munch upon or not.
Yeah,
so that is really important.
That whether you're hungry even or not, because sometimes
Absolute.
we're just feeding anxiety. Psychology says
Exactly.
when you're eating, when you're not even hungry, you're feeding just your anxiety. So you need to ask yourself first whether you're actually hungry or not.
And we must add a piece of dark chocolate after our meals. It is a myth कि dark chocolate खा के मोटे होते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है. It should have more of cocoa and less of sugar in it. So after your meal, just take a piece of dark chocolate. It will really help to increase the dopamine. And just go for 42 minutes of physical activity per day. That can be walk, yoga, dancing, anything. 42 minutes every day. Studies have proven अगर आप 42 minutes अपने आप को 24 hours में देते हैं, आपका stress release होगा, आप happy होंगे, आपका gut happy होगा, good bacteria release होगा, and you will not have to take probiotics.
So in this panel, we had so many aspects of eating healthy and what we should actually eat. If there are any questions from the audience, the experts are here. We all can gather outside and take the questions. Yeah.
Are around, so we love to take those questions offline. But thank you so much for that panel. Let's have a huge round of applause for our moderator and our panelists. I'll just request our moderator, Vani, to offer a small token of appreciation to all our panelists. Could we have the token, please? Thank you, Vani. Could we request all our panelists to come together for a group picture, please? Could we request everyone to come forward in front of the table so that we could get a nice picture? Thank you, Vani, for moderating it so well. Thank you to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we break for a short break. Do get your coffee and tea refilled, and we'll reconvene in the same hall to continue the proceedings of the summit. Please do have a good break. the state of Punjab, who are state partner, for helping us in this endeavor, and of course our supporting partner, Rocket Ship Films. So now what we're going to do is move to another crucial aspect, and this is something that has been touched upon in the previous panels as well, which is what is the foundation for a healthy future? Maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. I'd just like to take a minute to set context. It's been rightly said by a lot of experts that the first 1,000 days between an infant and the mother are very, very crucial, because this is the stage that is seen for maximum growth and potential, and also a stage that calls for proper ratio of nutrients. So what are these nutrients that young mothers should know about? Why are these 1,000 days so crucial? That's exactly what we'll try and understand in this panel. Also some tips and strategies for young mothers. We'll have an overview on maternal health, focusing on the need of nourishment and supporting young India with right nutritional needs. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our stellar panel. I'd like to begin by inviting Ms. Namita Wadhwa, Vice President, Social and Economic Empowerment Practice, IPE Global Limited. Could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please? Welcome, ma'am. I'd also like to invite Ms. Seema Bhaskaran, Lead Gender Transform Rural India, to join us on the panel. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much for taking our time. We also have Dr. Jyoti Bali, MBBS MS, Obstetrics and Gynecology, founder Baby Soon Fertility and IVF Center. Good to have you with us, ma'am. We also have Ms. Poonam Mutreja, Director Population Foundation of India, to join us on the panel. Thank you for taking our time, ma'am. And completing the panel, we have Dr. Krishna Bharadwaj, Chief Medical Officer in charge from the Department of Health and Family Welfare in the Government of NCT of Delhi. And let's also welcome a moderator back, Vani Malik, Content Lead, Health, Jagran New Media.
Imagine a nation where every child is born healthy, full of potential and ready to thrive. That future starts when we begin prioritizing maternal health. Driven by the same vision, this session today, the Foundation for a Healthy Future, will delve into the critical aspects of maternal, infant, and young child nutrition. Our esteemed panel will discuss the powerful benefits of nutrition during pregnancy, breastfeeding, the long-lasting impact of early childhood nutrition, and how education and resources can empower families to make informed decisions. So today, like we have already introduced the panel with us today, we have a great lineup of people who will share their expertise and inputs on the various aspects of our session today. My first question, I would like to directly deep dive, as we are completely fresh after a good hearty meal. So Namita, my first question is for you. What, according to you, are the main challenges that mothers and children in rural areas are facing in getting the right nutrition? And also, how are these challenges different from those faced by people in the cities?
Thank you for the question, Vani, and thank you so much for the organizers for this opportunity today. So the question directly comes in as what are the challenges in terms of healthy nutrition for mother and children, and you've been asking about the rural and urban divide. But let me start by saying that whether it's the rural areas or the urban, I think that the three key aspects to nutrition, a healthy nutritional diet for mother and children would be availability, access, and awareness. So if we can look at these three and understand what they mean, and then maybe look at the divide aspect. So when we say availability, we all understand that majority of our rural people, there's a huge dependency on the agricultural produce. So largely what is being eaten in our rural areas is driven by what is being grown over there. So that gets onto the plate. And what we further see is that there's a huge consumption of staple crops that are being produced. So wheat and rice does get consumed in a reasonable amount of quantities. But what lacks is the diversity. We have already been hearing in the previous sessions that if you don't consume a diverse diet, that's where the first level of nutritional deficiency comes in. And it's not really that these diets are not possible in those areas. If you look at our rural societies, they are very well, the ecosystem there is very well sufficient to provide these diverse diets on the plates. But unfortunately, there is where the access part comes in, coupled with the awareness. Now, we know that 80% of the people who are living in these rural areas are coming from poor families. Our majority of our poor people live there. So one is the issue of affordability. But more importantly, what also brings in a problem is the awareness. So what is a balanced diet? What is a nutritional diet? We had an array of experts who came in before this session who told us about a humongous amount of information around what these balanced diet are. But is this information reaching the households which we are talking about? And unfortunately, it's not that they're not aware. If we look at our traditional knowledge, if we look at the local cultures of these geographies, it's not that the balanced diets did not exist. But what has really happened is that over the period of time, we have spoken about this entire urban culture where new kind of foods have come in. We're talking about berries and we're talking about different kind of foods. Unfortunately, they have become aspirational. So a good balanced diet in our rural geographies now have become muddled. They want to be more aspirational. They want to eat more aspirationally. Unfortunately, they can't afford it. So availability, access, awareness, all of these is what is hampering what a balanced diet could be in the rural areas. We are seeing, if you look at the nutrition outcomes, whether it is wasting, whether it is underweight, we see that all of the prevalence of these is much higher in the rural populations. That doesn't mean the cities are doing very well. We are already burdened by overnutrition there, but definitely they have better access and affordability. And if we could solve these three areas for our people living in the rural geographies, I think that will do a lot of help to the mothers and the children, because eventually, if the households themselves are not consuming right, the mothers become the biggest, they become most affected by it. We know the women in our households, be it the poor households or the rural households or the urban ones, the women in the households, they are eating the least and the last. So unless we fix the problems of these three A's that I just spoke about, I think the women and subsequently the children will always be on the receiving end. Thank you.
So when we also talk about the rural landscape and the rural aspect, gender inequality and gender roles also play a very major role over here. So my next question is for Seema. So how do you think that gender inequalities and gender roles impact access to proper nutrition for mothers and young children?
Thank you for this opportunity, and it's a very engrossing discussion. So if you look at, the way we have moved ahead with the development spectrum, we have actually moved ahead from women in development, where we only considered women as mothers and only the reproductive role. From there, during pre-independence and independence, to presently we have moved on to gender and development. And in the latest paradigm, we would always, the government has given a clarion call that we would be now looking at women-led development. So despite this kind of a transformation in the way development is now looked upon, where it is expected that women take a very important or instrumental role in leading development, especially, because SHGs, the self-help groups and the cluster level federations have spread to include 10 crore of women as part of the MORD program of National Rural Livelihood Mission. Still, if you look at the NFHS 5 data, because we find that around 60% of women in the age of 15 to 49 are anemic. And in the age group of 15 to 19, almost an equal number of women, like young women, are anemic. But when you compare that with men, only around 29 to 30%, that is half the men are anemic in the same age group. So that itself is a huge question, that despite us having moved from looking at women merely as mothers to enhancing economic participation of women, to now having the clarion call that it should be women-led development, despite that, in terms of the roles and responsibilities within the household, we do not see changes. It's usually women are actually into the reproductive roles. They only, take up all the unpaid care activities within the household, and which has enhanced drudgery for women. Because they would be looking at all the domestic activities, they would also, the sustenance task of just fetching water, fuel and fodder takes around 6 hours for a woman. And this is all unpaid work for which there is no economic remuneration. And there is very little difference in the labor force participation of women in the formal sector where they are paid, wages equal to that of men. And if you look at land distribution, even now it's not more than 9% of land distribution in the name of women. So there is hardly any productive assets in the name of women. And as a result of which their status in the household is similar to what we had post-independence. Yeah. And here comes a question that if you are in a very poor status or position within the household, that impacts on the inter-distribution of wealth as well as income as well as all the opportunities and the food within the household. So you would be eating last, you would be eating least, and also self-care is a very difficult question even now, which women do not understand that beyond drudgery, what do you understand by the word self-care? You need to, even during pregnancy, women eat last and least. And often when you look at the Hindi belt, we work very closely in the field, and we see that women are almost fasting for 100 days for the welfare of their husbands and their families. And this also leads to increase in malnourishment. So these are few issues I wanted to bring to your notice. Thank you.
So taking forward the same conversation that Seema just left, Dr. Bali, what do you think are the specific nutritional needs that expectant mothers should prioritize and the signs of nutritional deficiencies during pregnancy that every woman should look out for?
Most of the women in our country see they are anemic. If before getting pregnant, they will never come, there's no pre-counseling for conception. They will straight away come to the clinic when they're already pregnant. And some of them don't even like to come in the first trimester. It will be second trimester that most of them will come. Especially if you talk in a rural setting. There are facilities available, but they will not like to come in the first few months. Even in places like Delhi, most of the patients will come by around first trimester is coming to an end. And you find them even here, anemia is a prevalent factor there. So correction of anemia, why during pregnancy? Why not in a woman always? Because she's menstruating. These young girls are menstruating. When they are getting married, when they are planning their family, it is that time. Catch them there, not during pregnancy. That becomes a burden, to treat anemia at that point of time. Or some of them in rural places before delivery. So postpartum hemorrhage, all those things are later complications, but catch them right when they start menstruation, that these young girls are never anemic. So automatically things will start improving when they are in their adolescence, when they are getting married. Things will improve in that segment by the time they come to childbearing age. So anemia needs to be corrected right from the beginning itself. So addition of iron supplementation in food, fortified foods with iron, and rather, I would say if the staple diet is, let's say, wheat flour, let it be fortified. Yeah. So that will become basic staple food being fortified with iron. That should become one of the things, major stay in the family. Second thing I would say is regular checkups for these girls is important. How many of us even think about that the girl has started menstruating, she's an adolescent, let us take her for a casual checkup. How many girls, I don't think I have ever come across, girls coming for CBC, a plain CBC test to see whether they are anemic or not anemic. So if we take care at this point, by the time they come to the childbearing time, they will learn what is self-care. As parents, if we teach our daughters that this is important, by the time they are on their own, they would love to, get into the habit of self-care, what ma'am just spoke about. So this is what I personally feel on this topic.
I would like to know from Poonam. Poonam, what do you think is the general mindset when we look at the increasing number of cases of infertility, delayed pregnancies, declining maternal health? What do you think, if we keep all of this in picture, what are the most pressing issues surrounding maternal and child nutrition that needs immediate attention apart from anemia and the other aspects that our guest just spoke about?
I want to thank you all for focusing on this very important issue, especially for women, and an area where we have a huge gender gap. As was articulated, we got the data from SEMA. The number of malnourished or anemic women is almost 3 times higher, and it is continuing to increase. So when we're talking about in India, which is the 5th largest economic power and hopes to be the 3rd largest, it is meaningless when 60% of the girls and women in the country are anemic, when 1 million children die under 5 due to malnutrition. So one issue is, of course, malnutrition, and we really need to keep working on it. Second is an issue of a woman's mental well-being. You know, maternal mortality is, you know, a woman dies tragically, but there are maternal morbidity we haven't even looked at. In fact, there are 2 small studies in India on maternal mortality which show that maternal mortality, more than 60% of women experience some form or the other maternal mortality, including mental health. I mean, the postnatal depression is something that even the most educated families and women don't know about. And that impacts not only the mental well-being of the mother, but the child, and I would say the entire family, because it is a woman. I know the government has said women-led development, but who leads the house, family, in doing all the work? It is women. So I feel we already have women-led development without any resources, with lots of burden, as you also both rightly said. So mental well-being is something which gets impacted, especially amongst the most marginalized, but also the richest in the world, not just in India. We don't even know about it, so we need to pay attention. How does that impact directly maternal mortality, child mortality, and nutrition, malnutrition? You know, a woman who's going through mental health issues or postnatal depression, she is not likely to be able to use her mind. She doesn't have the capability at that mind to make good decisions about the right decisions about feeding the baby, about feeding herself either, and the right nutrition. In fact, a woman with mental health issues is likely to be discontinue beyond her control, not because she as a mother doesn't want to, but her mind, her mental well-being is not good enough to be able to even often continue breastfeeding the child, leave alone feeding. So so one is the mental well-being issue. Second, you know, it's a gender issue, especially when we see the data. And unless we value our girl child, it begins with sex selection. It continues thereafter. Women are given, the girls are also given the least. Yeah. Boys get more, fathers get more. And so the discrimination that affects their mental well-being is also something to consider. Then you said very rightly that we need to meet the girls and strengthen their nutrition before they come for giving childbirth. Absolutely, not only for the sake of childbirth, much before. There are adolescent-friendly clinics across the country. There is the ICDS program. We have the infrastructure. And what we want to achieve, we are able to achieve. But somewhere there's a lack of commitment in spite of Poshan Abhiyan and the political leadership putting their weight behind this issue. And that, the heart of it is bias against girls. And it leads to intergenerational malnutrition and complications, morbidity, maternal mortality, child mortality, and so on. Because an undernourished young baby is, unless treated, a baby girl, unless dealt with, strengthened, treated, will grow up and give birth to an undernourished child. And it's a huge cost to not only the mother, the family, it's a cost to the country because, you know, they are more prone to heart attacks, they're more prone to so many other diseases. So the burden of healthcare, which India has so little investment in our health, 1.4%, which is a shame on our country. And finally, when we have figures like the fact that we are 111th in the index amongst 125 countries, hunger, we really need to give priority to hunger in the context of women. I'm not saying we starve the men. We are feeding the men reasonably. No reflection on our respect or love, affection, and health and well-being of men. But we need our men to step up and participate. That's another issue. Men don't bother about, often don't take responsibility in caregiving, in household work of the already burdened woman. So I would like to add this issue of men engaging, men taking more responsibility in the household and in the nutrition and women and girls' health. Thank you.
So like the main aspect that we see over here is that lack of informed choices about so many things that are associated with maternal health and even women's health in general. Dr. Krishna, please tell us, what are the major challenges in ensuring access to the right information required for a healthy future?
Major challenges are women and lower socioeconomic status. They are illiterate, poor, and lack of education is there. So they don't know where is the primary health center. They don't know from where to get free ration. They don't know where to go for free lunch. And they are very poor. Beginning is very bad for them. So I would suggest them that they should go to the primary health center, take advice from doctor, and we are having field worker to face all these challenges and to help them. And so I am having ASHA workers, village health guide, and ANMs. They are guiding them. Okay, you take ANC care from primary health center and take free ration की दुकान उसमें BPL card holder है वो लोग तो they can take all the सामान just like दाल चावल आटा at subsidized rate. And first I would advise that they should educate themselves and get a good job, and couple should work. In Indian culture only men are working, women are not working. That is the big issue. And they should raise their standards of living by educating their kids. That's all.
So like we understand that there is a need to go to faraway places. There is a need for information to reach out to places where we may not even have proper internet connection. So Namita, please tell us, how can we make sure that everyone, even in faraway, difficult to reach places, have access to healthy food, the right set of information, and which helps them not to suffer from malnutrition?
Right. I think a lot have already been said around this. We've spoken about the problem. We are already saying that there is an access issue, there's an information issue, but most importantly, there is a prioritization issue. Women, girls, they are at the last leg of the priority chain that we're talking about in these communities. Now, how do you solve this? And as ma'am correctly said, Poonamji said, that there are so many programs that are running right now. I think the need right now is to have a very concentrated, converged approach at the last mile. So when I say last mile, if I'm looking at a household, specifically in areas which are not the privileged one, which have a lot of vulnerabilities already, and on top of that, now I'm talking about the women in these households where the access is not reaching. she doesn't have an agency to take care of herself, but there are a lot of people around her, if we can empower them. So the first thing is to find out who are these stakeholders around these women or around these households who can actually become the champion. And it cannot be just a single approach. You need to work with the health system, you need to work with the ICDS system. We have our ICDS reaching almost 80 million children and 20 million pregnant and lactating women every day. We have PDS schemes that are reaching out to almost 800 million population in our country. But are they efficient? Are they reaching every household? So unless you work with this system itself, empower them, make them aware. We understand today what a healthy diet is, but do the ASHA worker or the Anganwadi worker can talk about the same healthy diets, the same components of food in the way that they can explain it to the women or her household. Now, who is buying the food inside these households? It is the men. It is sometimes the mother-in-law. It is the people who have better agency than the women herself. Great if she can have that agency, but if not, then who is the one who's supporting her? Let's find them, let's work with them. I've been working in Rajasthan for the last 6-7 years, and we built in a program where we had at least an array of 6-7 interventions working with the household, with the service providers, with the communities, bringing in participatory approaches where we said, okay, let's not solve the problem for today, but also make sure that we are working in an intergenerational way where we are engaging with all these people within the communities and making them understand what the problem is. So I think unless there are these very localized solution to this problem, we will not be able to solve that. Yes, there are programs, yes, there are schemes, we understand it, but we have to take it to the last mile. And when we talk about the information has to be contextualized. We all know that the Sat Bhojan Thali or the 5 Tiranga food or all of this works. But an apple and a banana doesn't work in a community where people can't buy it. It is the amrud, it is the local bear which is available over there. So unless we start talking about that, I understand, but how do we make... They are not aspirational anymore for them. It's not something that they want to eat because it's not the people who are living in the fancy cities under the metro lights are eating them. So unless we go back to the roots over there and make people understand, and it is possible. As I said, what we have done in some of these 5 very vulnerable tribal districts is we have made sure that these households are going back. There is a huge concept of Nutri Gardens, Poshan Vatikas, all of us talk about that. But unless every household is saying, okay, this is the food we are growing for our local consumption and we are making sure that our women and children are eating them. Unless that happens at the household level, I don't think so we'll be able to solve the problem. It is doable, but everybody has to engage at the last mile for that. Thank you.
Just as an extension to what Dr. Krishna was saying, when we talk about the rural landscape, women empowerment is a very major factor in terms of opening up the minds of women who are mostly stuck in their households. They are not connected to the outside world. How do you think, Seema, such women empowerment can translate into better nutritional outcomes for mothers and their children?
Yeah, so what I feel is that if you look at the systems, I think the systems and multiple stakeholders have tried to reach even to the PVTG communities or the most remote communities, and we see that there's a multiplicity of programs, whether ICDS or Poshan Abhiyan or so on. And PDS functioning also has drastically improved from our experience in all the Hindi-speaking states. And you know that on social norms, we had a very successful experiment during COVID that all of us learned how to wash our hands and to wear masks. But when it comes to social norms related to gender, I think there's hardly any change in any single family, whether the poorest or the richest or the middle class. That is where the challenge lies. I mean, how many men can you get to do work within the household? I mean, despite all the, again, I just want to go back to all the developmental paradigms we have had and a kind of theorization around this developmental paradigms, we don't see that men are sufficiently taking care of the household tasks. It finally, all the unpaid role is just taken care of by women. Even during a postnatal or prenatal period, there is hardly a male accompanying woman to the hospital and not even receiving any advice So the registration is mostly done, pregnancy registration is mostly done because there are schemes like Matru Vandana Yojana or Janani Janma Suraksha. Otherwise, the family is hardly interested in what happens to her during prenatal and postnatal. And very interesting anecdote that the women themselves were quoting is that if it is a girl child, they are asked not to feed, even do proper breastfeeding. They immediately need to start working. And there is a difference even in terms of the breastfeeding for boy children and the girl children, which is a kind of violation of basic human right. So from our experience, where agency enhancement is taking place through the various empowerment programs, which are not just about women as a mother, it's about woman identity as a citizen of the country, as her own identity as a woman, then there is a change in the way she thinks about her own nutrition. So I feel that if they were embedded in all the programs, whether it is a health program or the ICDS program or the rural livelihood programs, if gender is embedded within these programs, then it could make a change in the way women look at themselves and their own needs. So this is what I had to say.
And then we talk about the other aspect, the urban aspect, where we see that there is a lot of information available. There is the right path of information. There are experts available for us. There is internet. There is no scope of not being connected to the world. So why do you think there are increasing cases of so many maternal health related concerns in the younger women these days? And what is your take on that?
See, they're all working women. Most of them, the girls in the metro cities, they're all financially independent, they are working. This is called as hustle culture. Not finding time for themselves and not really giving that self-care has never been taught to them. Priority is not there. If you set your priorities right, it will be done. Probably that willingness sometimes is not there, or maybe they don't want to do it. And sometimes when you ask them why you did not do it, I did not find time because I'm working in a corporate, my timings are such, can I come on a Sunday? Then Sunday, of course, private clinics, sometimes OPDs are closed. So these are the answers that you get from them. Talking about what ma'am just added, that men should do more and women can take priorities. Men should take the lead to look after these women. See, you ask a man, an educated man, that look, why don't you do your work on your own so that this girl can look after her house, her own self and her job? The answer is, shadi kyun ki thi maine phir? If I was to do my work myself, why did I get married? Because this is the Indian household system. They've seen their mother doing it for their father. Mother saw the mother-in-law doing it for the father-in-law. It comes down to your boys. Unless we teach our boys, because we are bringing working girls down. Unless you train your boys, how is that girl who's to come to look after everybody in the house but not herself? She becomes the last priority for her own self. Even if she's educated, she's a working woman. That finding that me time, self-care is lacking. The concept is lacking. And I said in my earlier answer to you that right from the time they were in their parents' house, we did not instill this culture into them. We did not instill the thought process into them. That is where we fail.
So we all know, we have spoken so much about the many problems that are surrounding maternal health, young infant, nutrition, malnutrition. Poonam, what are some, how can government, how can government agencies and NGOs actually collaborate to improve maternal and child nutrition outcomes in India? And are there any such ongoing initiatives that you would like to talk about?
Absolutely. This is changing social norms, changing behavior. All of this cannot be done without partnerships. In fact, not just NGO government, but the corporate sector should step in, the medical community, everybody has to step in. It has to be a movement. And as far as to focus NGOs, there are many NGOs, including IP Global. We've worked in Rajasthan on similar issues. We work in Bihar and UP. You know, the problem is the collaboration between government and NGOs Today, the government will not give any financial support to the NGOs, and the NGOs are dependent on external donors. External donors are being moved out of India. So you're dependent on the corporate donor. We have to make the effort of getting the corporate sector to play its role and be more responsible. Second area where NGOs and many other players, the creative community, the arts, the film stars, can play a big role is on creating behavior change communication material, like you said, we did during COVID. Look at the way behavior changed so quickly, and it was the power of behavior change communication. In fact, you know, and you can reach large numbers through digital. You can have a 360-degree approach. So I do want to talk about one initiative that Population Foundation of India, where I worked in collaboration with the government, where we did a serial called Main Kuch Bhi Kar Sakti Hoon on Doordarshan. And Doordarshan reaches the media dark areas, especially the most marginalized women. And 1/3 of India, believe it or not, still watches Doordarshan. That's why it exists. And in that, we had we also had digital media. We worked through self-help groups and NGOs. Self-help groups can play a huge role. You're so right. And what we did was we measured the impact, and we linked nutrition to family planning, to fertility, to women's empowerment, violence, another debilitating issue for women. We link these issues because women's lives are not just about nutrition. Nutrition is a reflection on our bias and discrimination against women. And you know, we did evaluations, and we were shocked at what the evaluations at the national level showed. We had to call in evaluators to evaluate our evaluation. So today, globally, there is evidence that changing social norms is possible quickly, with a large reach, and with not a huge economic cost. And the global evidence shows that changing social norms and bringing up those issues is what then leads to individual behavior and agency for women individually, collectively. You know, and the program that we made it in a way that men and women watch it together. And we were shocked with a name like Main Kuch Bhi Kar Sakti. We had 3 seasons, 180 episodes. What percentage of men watch the serial? Does anyone want to guess?
60?
Huh?
60%, 50%?
No, it was 40. No, but very impressive. 48% with a name like that. Okay, and you know, it led to what is the biggest achievement of this program was it led to conversation between the couple. Conversation hi nahi hota, leave alone doing any action. It led to conversation between mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law. So NGOs can work with the government. You know, when I would say, often the health ministry asks us to make films. So I keep saying, why don't you make it? Why don't you spend your own money? So the secretary will tell me we'll have to do a tender, we'll take the worst guy at the lowest amount, you guys do it. So we should see whose advantage is what. Where NGOs can support the government, absolutely behavior change is one area, and we have to have an integrated approach. Another area where NGOs can play a big role is strengthening, I think you mentioned, Namita, we can strengthen the community health workers with knowledge, whether it's ASHAs or ANMs, community level workers. We can strengthen them with knowledge. Look at this room, this educated audience and participants and speakers. We struggle to say what were the 5 fruits which have the, least fat and calories. So can you imagine, I mean, the rural communities or urban communities, where would they know? And we have to make some major, we have to acknowledge ICDS, all the programs we are doing and the investment that we are making, we need to redesign those. ICDS is giving, you know, midday meals. Look at the quality of the midday meals. We really need to partner perhaps with NGOs again there, you know, charting out what, you know, we want to make a egg-free Bharat in, ye kya baat hui? We were told by the last panel, the highest protein is in egg, but state government after state government is throwing eggs out of the basket. Yeah. So, you know, we really have to have a dialogue, get real, and that's where NGOs can, they have the courage to speak a little more than anybody else, including political parties and so on. And finally, we have to have campaigns. If we see something going wrong and what we can improve on, you know, newspapers like yours and others, I think can also play a role, great role in reaching out to communities through the, everybody today reads, they don't read paper they buy, but they do it on young people also digital. Yeah. Finally, we have to work with the young people. You know, unless we work with the young people, we will not see a change. 10 years from now, we'll be sitting on this panel saying the same thing as I did 10 years ago and 10 years before that. And so we've got to create that knowledge, information. Let's use the schools, not just for skilling them for jobs. We must do that, but we must also skill people on understanding. You know, obesity is a big issue in India. Yes. And what the other half, today, the poor, the illiterate, whatever you want to call them, they have access to a little phone or media through other ways. And we can really, really use that positively. It's being used negatively right now. Maggi noodle, you go to a village today, everywhere, Uncle Chips, and Maggi noodles, exactly, everywhere. And it's you know, people think that they are middle class. Like a group of young boys were telling me from a slum in Delhi. They said, you know, we don't go into the cinema hall because we can't afford the ticket, but we wear jeans and t-shirt. So we feel like the middle class, upper middle class and so on. And you know what? We go and eat Maggi and momos and chips. So we kind of, it gives them a sense of equality and empowerment. But it is going so wrong. We really need to, when there's limited resources, we need to eat better food. And that's an area, again, NGOs at the community level, you know, can give feedback to the government on what is happening. There is sensitivity, they're involved with women, they're working with children, they can share. There's a lot to do. I mean, this is what I can have the opportunity to say is only tip of the iceberg. But if we are committed to really, and finally, last point I want to make on ICDS is we've got to stop doing only wheat and rice. One of the biggest reasons India's malnutrition is stubborn and it is increasing is because not only have we started eating Maggi, Uncle Chips, bread. Bread is a status symbol. But also because we give wheat and rice, what happened to coarse grains? Why can't we give dal? Why can't we give also eggs? Women can produce them locally. Thank you.
Can I add something to this? I'm an infertility specialist. And all of us know that the incidence of infertility is on rise. The question is why? Of course, leaving apart the other factors of late marriages, girls wanting to settle their careers first, all other reasons, but there's something gone wrong with the environment and nutrition of the generation. Reason being that you find young boys coming with sperm count being 0, or there is low morphology, low count. Nutrition is affected to that level because otherwise the incidence of infertility was never so high. I see 1 in 6 couples is infertile now, young couples. Obesity, of course, because of their lifestyle and habits in women, is again reason for high incidence of anovulatory cycles, high incidence of infertility, inability to conceive. That is another thing. I have 2 young boys going to college in Delhi, I wouldn't name, a national college. I asked them take packed lunch. शर्म आती है packed lunch लेके जाने में उनको. क्यों नहीं लेके जाते? सब लोग हमारे फ्रेंड्स कैफ़े में जाते हैं, आसपास बहुत सारे कैफ़ेज़ हैं उस कॉलेज के, हम सब वहाँ जाते हैं. How do you counsel this younger generation that homemade food is the best food? And I, being a doctor myself, belonging to a family of doctors, when my children do it, how do I counsel the rest of the world? So first the counseling should begin at home, and that is what we are doing. So this is becoming a menace in metropolitan cities, and very, very difficult to control this part of the nutrition, even in good families.
Vani, can I just... I'm so sorry I did not answer your question on infertility, and I'm very grateful to Dr. Bali for making up for that gap I left. But I just want to add one point, and that is on infertility, that it is, I'm glad you used the word couple, but I think we have to reiterate that it's not always the women.
50% is me.
Exactly, thank you. And that's very important to point out. Even the most educated men don't know that or don't go for the testing. Second point on, again, myth and misconception and lack of knowledge is that the sex of the child is not dependent on the woman. On the woman, it is totally dependent on the Y chromosome of the man. And it is time we stop discriminating against the women who produce the girl child, who gets even more discriminated against. So I just wanted to add those two.
Dr. Krishna,
Vani, I think we're running slightly out of time.
Questions?
Sure. Can we just take final comments, please?
Yeah. So Dr. Krishna, anything you want to add to this whole discussion that we've just had? Infertility se related, informed choices se
Main
related.
cause of infertility is pollution, radiation exposure.
Absolutely.
And above all, main cause is stress. आज की woman working woman है. मेरी नानी थी, वो 50 years की. मेरे मामा जी की मेरी age same है. मेरे जो youngest मामा जी है. I have 7 mamas and 4 sisters. My mother was having 4 sisters. पर हमारे लोगों में 35 पे तो एनोविलिटरी साइकिल शुरू हो जाते हैं. एज 31 में होती है, उसमें भी हस्बैंड कहीं है, वाइफ कहीं है, तो वो बच्चे ही नहीं होते हैं. ये मेन इशू है मैडम आजकल.
To add to this, I would say that, you know, the generation today is more with the mouse than with the spouse.
Yeah.
So that is where the infertility incidence is on a rise, I would say.
Yeah.
Nowadays, infertility specialists are saying, I have attended so many seminars on infertility. They are saying if your age is 35 or above, you should not come to us because you don't have ovaries in your body. So what to do then?
No, there is an answer to what to do, of course, but we should not reach that answer. There are other options available beyond the concept of this, beyond the scope of this panel, but I would mention donor egg cycles are available, but why should you reach that point is my question.
Yeah.
So, I mean, freeze your eggs for all the young girls who are wanting to delay their pregnancies. Come forward, freeze your eggs, even for the men who are traveling, busy, they can't devote time to the clinics. Freeze your semen sample, or even anybody in your near and dear ones embarking on any cancer treatment. There is a very good simple procedure called semen freezing before you start radiation or chemotherapy, and for women, to go for oocyte freezing. Oocyte freezing is like LIC policy, I would call it. You do your LIC, you do your SIP, you do your investments. This is a major investment. If you're not getting married or you haven't found Mr. Right, from this platform I would say, freeze your eggs before your 35th birthday.
Okay, lovely.
On this note, we have already received a reminder. Thank you so much for joining us for this panel. If there are any questions, the stage is outside, please. I feel...
We love to take those questions offline. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. We'd like to keep the next panel on track. But could we have a huge round of applause, please, for the panelists? Vani, could we quickly ask you to felicitate our panelists as well, a small token of our appreciation? Could we have the tokens on stage, please? Thank you so much. Could we have all our panelists come together for a group picture, please? Lovely. Thank you so much, ladies. Vani will in fact request you to stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to jump straight into our next session. We've covered most of the parameters that contribute good health, good nutrition, good lifestyle. But now we want to move to our final discussion of this evening. And as I introduce this, I want to begin with some context setting. Food is a major detriment of health, nutritional status, and productivity. If we refer to the National Family Health Survey of 2015, it stated, and ladies and gentlemen, this is a somber number for all of us, that 9 lakh children less than 5 years of age, in fact, suffered from acute diarrhea. How do we ensure as a country that there are no loopholes in the testing standards and no corners are cut? So how can we protect public health? That's exactly what we learn in our next session. Protecting public health, food safety, and quality standard. We have our moderator, Vani Malik, Content Lead Health, Jagran New Media, who continues to be with us. With a huge round of applause, let's welcome our panelists. Let's welcome Ms. Urvashi Prasad, former Director, Office of Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, Government of India, who's been kind enough to take our time and join us on stage. Could we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our stellar panel. We also welcome Dr. Sunil Khetrapal, Director, Association of Healthcare Providers, India, AHPI. Could we have Dr. Khetrapal on stage with us? Could we have a huge round of applause, please? Welcome, sir. Thank you for taking our time. I also welcome Dr. Dubey, Dr. S.P. Dubey, MBBS, TCH, MIAP, MNNF, to join us on the panel. Good to have you with us. He's a pediatrician and he's at RCH Government of Hospital, Balakbad. I also welcome Dr. Anuja Gaur, Weight Management and Diet Therapy, Akash Healthcare, to join us on stage. Good to have you with us, ma'am. And completing the panel, we have B.S. Acharya, Senior Advisor, Center for Public Health and Food Safety, former Director at the FSSAI. So we'll understand what the protocols and testing standards need to be. Vani, the floor is all yours.
We gather today to address a critical issue that touches every aspect of our lives: food safety and quality. In recent years, we have witnessed a growing concern about foodborne illnesses and the impact of substandard food products on public health. In this panel, we will be speaking to our esteemed panelists about how we can mitigate the risks and create a safer food environment for all. I would like to welcome our panelists for today. Directly dive down into the questions as we are slightly pressed on time. So my first question is for Urvashi. What is the importance of collaboration between government agencies, food producers, and the public health organizations in ensuring food safety?
Thank you for having me here. Pleasure to always be a part of this very, very important summit and discussion. So I think, as your question has part of the answer, that it is absolutely of the essence. Because when we look at food safety and standards, it starts right from when the food is grown to, when it reaches the table and the plate of an individual, right? So you can imagine that there are so many different stakeholders in this. And national, state, there's agriculture, there's obviously a whole host of food safety and standard setting agencies, and public health, as is the title of the session. So I think there's no doubt that it is a very, very multi-sectoral issue, and that is also what adds to the challenges. Because we need different agencies to kind of come together and not just set the standards, but also implement.
Dr. Khetrapal, what role does public education play in food safety? And how can we improve awareness about safe food handling practices?
Yes, Vani, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to Poshan. And it's a very, very important theme. I think you have been conducting this regularly. And now coming back to your question on how important is it to create public awareness, right? I think most important aspect of, going to implement any program, the first thing is to do the planning. And the planning, the first step of your planning should be to create awareness for effective implementation of any program. So awareness, there are, various ways you can create awareness. One is community workshops. You can organize various events, workshop, and talk about food safety and hands-on, so those methods you can teach. You can, not only that, of course, social media is a very effective tool. You can do Instagram, Facebook, all those education materials on the food safety. Food safety is very important, as Urvashi very rightly mentioned, that right from the, when the food is grown, so your supply chain and how it is cooked, what is the temperature, the hygiene part, and what is the storage, how do you store the food. So these are very important. And secondly, I must emphasize on the school education program. The food safety program should be an integral part of the school curriculum. I'll tell you very important thing, something very interesting also. We should learn from Japan. Japan, in 1947, post-war, they implemented a Dietitian Act in 1947, right? Now, Japan is 1/12 of the population of India, but Japan has 4 times more the dietitians than India. Not only dietitians, where in the hospitals but they have dietitians in all sectors. Schools, they have dietitians. They have dietitians in various organizations, right? Then one more important thing what Japan has done is, at the school level, during the meal time, it is a proper dining hall. The children, they sit, they talk about the meal, they are taught about the value and the importance of food safety, the hygiene, hand wash. So just imagine at that level, the food is given so much of importance, because the food, 56% of the healthcare issues are because of the diet, nutrition problems, food issues. 56% of the health issues. India is a young country. 65% of our population is less than 35 years of age. We need to, go to that level, the young minds, the young children. So I think at that level it should be there. We are talking of कि खाना बहुत ये fast food खाते हैं, Swiggy है, Zomato है, they have become unicorns. They are earning millions, but they are killers. I'm sorry, they are killing our children. My own son, he is an adult, a grown-up adult. रात को 12 बजे bell बजती तो I understand कि ये Swiggy वाला आया. Honestly, I am facing this. Honestly, what can you do as a grown-up child, adult child? So I'm just, trying to tell that. Education, awareness, as very rightly mentioned about the previous speaker, they should start at home, of course. But then sometimes you're helpless. But of course, public awareness is very, very important. And with the public awareness, I think we can do not only that. अगर आप hoarding देखेंगे बाहर कितने भी advertisements होते हैं, आपको खाने के लिए कि food hygiene के बारे में कितने advertisements दिखते हैं बाहर. हम क्या अवेयरनेस क्रिएट कर रहे हैं किसी लेवल पे भी, चाहे गवर्नमेंट या प्राइवेट या जो भी एनजीओ, कुछ नहीं है अभी. पीपल आर जस्ट हैव योर ओन विम्स एंड फैंसीज. खाने को लेके पीपल आर वेरी सेंसिटिव एंड वी डोंट बॉदर. समटाइम्स इवन इफ आई एम अवेयर कि ये नहीं लेना, ये नहीं खाना, नहीं हमारा तो हफ्ते का एक दिन चीट डे है, मैं तो आज सब कुछ खाऊंगा. सो आई थिंक these things, I think the awareness has to be very, we should emphasize on awareness. I think that this should be the first step on that.
Like Dr. Khetapal very rightly said, that it is very important for us to ensure that the young children, the young generation is eating well. So my next question is for Dr. Dubey. What are the most common safety hazards that consumers, and especially children and parents of children, should be aware of, and how can they protect themselves from that?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this summit. And everyone is aware that this month we are all celebrating the Poshan Maha. And the question you have asked is very, very relevant because as per the WHO data, almost around 1.25 lakh children less than 5 years are dying because of some type of food contamination every year worldwide. So definitely everyone should be aware of the health aspect of and health side effects of the adulterated food and the contaminated food. First is the foodborne diseases are there because of the microorganisms and many diseases like typhoid, cholera that you must be aware of. Then the second thing is because of food adulteration, there are chances of diarrhea, then vomiting, then headache, then allergic reactions are also common. And because of this, many adulterants are carcinogenic, means they can cause cancer, carcinogenic. Then they are genotoxic also. They can affect your DNA and can affect the future generation also in the form of fetal malformations and all. And that's why we should be aware of all the health aspects of the food adulteration, and food safety is very, very important. Thank you very much.
When we talk about overall maintaining quality standards and understanding what food are we eating, the first thing that we should know about is reading food labels, I believe. My next question is for dietitian Anuja Gaur. How can consumers effectively read and interpret food labels to make safer and healthier choices?
Thank you for having me here, Vani. And it's a pleasure to share the platform with the stalwarts. So food labels is something where we need to be educated on the salt content and the calories and the fats. That's where the obesity problem is cropping up among the young children. And educating about reading the labels in schools is again should be a classroom activity where children are just with the drop of the hat, they go and buy chips and other fast food, where children need to be actually educated what are the side effects of eating so much of salt and what is the amount that should be eaten in a total day. And they're ending up 4 times more in the packet of chips. So reading food labels should be introduced at grassroots level because mostly food labels are put up on prepared or semi-prepared foods. So
in terms of, like we say that technology now plays a very major role in our day-to-day lives. When we talk about technology, the first thing that comes to our mind is AI. So, Acharya ji, my next question aapke liye hai. Does the use of technology in food production, which includes automation or AI, improve food safety quality, or does it introduce new risks?
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, you see, what we call as IoT, Internet of Things, or machine learning, or AI, whatever these systems has introduced in the long past, food processing industries in the entire world, they are doing tremendous job apart from India. In India, it has started very slowly. Basically, it is started with supply chain management. Major of the big companies, they are concentrating on AI-based technology in the supply chain management, inventory management. And that is the reason today's, whatever the friends told about the Swiggy, Zomato, you will find, if you will open the internet, you will find lot of online platforms are available. And every company, they are taking the license for the online sales. Yeah. Among them, Amazon is the number one. So, but today this technology is vital to bring safety and quality of each and every food, starting from agriculture and horticulture. Because our staples, food comprising, now let me just tell you, in the dictionary you will open a lot of definition about what is food and what is safety. In India, safety came around 18 years back by the Act of Parliament that is called Food Safety Standard Act 2006. But in practically it was implemented hardly around 14 years back. And lot of standard, prior to Food Safety Act, there were only 480 product standards were available in this country. But that time, what is the number of food items we are available in those days? But today, FSSAI has made lot of product standards, more than thousands vertical standards, and there are many horizontal standards. Now, lot of work is being done by FSSAI, but now the question of the technology, it is very vital right from selection of raw materials, vendor selections, the raw material quality, you can also put your AI technology to monitor it. Then hygiene and sanitations, that is also very important. In a factory, those who are in every production processes, hygiene plays important role. Whatever the product quality you inbuilt there in terms of taste, that is immaterial. But if your hygiene, factory hygiene, personal hygiene is not there in the process hall, in the factory, yeah, then you cannot achieve the desired safety. So that is the reason manufacturers should think about to put AI technology in hygiene, sanitations, process control parameter that can be also done by AI technology. Then ultimately your storage and supply chain. Supply chain, why it is play important role? Because food products are grown, ultimately transported, and finally reaches to the consumer. So in every stage of operations, every unit operations, you have to put your AI technology, but in fact it depends on, because India is highly manpower oriented, yes, your labor laws you have to follow. You cannot eliminate the workers, because for an example, in US, you will find robot is working in the restaurant, yeah, but you cannot implement the robot here, otherwise there will be today's unemployment, this unemployment will also increase. So you have to make a balance. Yeah. Depending on the type of unit operation, where you can put your AI, you can implement for better quality and quality and acceptability. Thank you.
So, Vani, 1 second, I would like to add on food labels. The children would also get educated on the various additives and preservatives added to that particular packed food, and what it causes, and the artificial colors, and hidden sugars in the name of some syrups, sugar syrups, hidden sugars in the name of sucrose. All the children will be educated that these are hidden sugars in the packet. Yeah. And what would it lead to? Obesity and other diseases. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
So, Urvashi, what is your take on the role that how government can foster collaboration between public health agencies and the food industry to improve food safety practices?
I'll answer that. Just quickly wanted to react to some of the comments on the technology part. I think clearly technology in every sphere has huge potential to benefit in so many different ways. But I think it's very important to also be cognizant of some downsides that it can bring with it. And like we said, that we have now these apps. We just need to open our phones and it's right there. And we had this incident where I think a young girl lost her life because there was a cake which was ordered from a restaurant, which was, nobody even knew what they were doing in their kitchen on, I think, Zomato. So I think firstly, these people should have accountability as well, because I think if you are making so much money and you have all these restaurants listed on your apps, then there is a certain accountability, because somebody losing their life is a huge thing, you know, and it's an irreversible damage. So I think that is one downside I see. The other I see is because of social media, and this is true not just for nutrition, also for health in general. Everybody is an expert, you know, everybody is offering advice. And it's very difficult to know as a layperson sometimes that, you know, who do I listen to and who do I not? You know, everybody is an influencer, everybody has something to say. So I think it's very important that people are also educated, that if you're really trying to get serious advice, then, you know, listen to somebody who's a qualified professional, listen to a nutritionist, listen to someone who is qualified to give you that kind of advice. Don't just follow anything you see on a reel on Instagram. So just wanted to mention that on the technology part. On your, quickly on your question with respect to the role of the government, I think it's one of the most important roles. And like I said, not just at the national level, but also the state level. But the role doesn't and cannot stop with setting standards, because that's really only part of it. But enforcing those standards, monitoring their implementation, taking corrective action where things are going wrong, and also regularly updating standards, you know, in keeping pace with the very rapidly changing times. So I think all of these, and of course even the intersectoral convergence that I spoke about, I think that a large part of that, the onus does fall on the government. So I think there's a lot that the government has to do in this space. But it has to be, of course, very much in partnership with the private sector, because, you know, like in any other space now, unless that happens, we won't be able to effectively implement our policies.
And also in this era of digitization, where we talk about technology, Dr. Khetarpal, how do you think can digital health technologies improve public health outcomes in India, and particularly for tracking and managing diseases and other health concerns?
See, we have been talking of AI, and you know they are very high, and I think we talk of the basic technology. It's very important to use the digital health tools to monitor your health, first of all. So, you know, we have this monitoring apps. Like I am having, even if I'm not using Apple Watch, not everybody can afford Apple Watch, but in my mobile I have that app, odometry, which can, you know, show that how many steps I have walked today, how many calories I can set the target, that how many calories I would like to burn, and how many I have burned against that, I can match that. So I think these apps are very important, wearable devices. And of course, one more thing, digital health is the most important aspect of digital health is to improve the access of healthcare, accessibility, because these days, you know, we are all going virtual, we are using telemedicine. Telemedicine is a very important tool for improving the access. Even you can access to the remote area, villages, you know, across the world, everywhere. So I think these tools are important, and we must make the best use of these digital health tools. Also, the diseases, if you're talking of, like, there are certain apps, you know, of course, your diabetes status, your hypertension, your cardiac status. You can even have, you know, you can even have, you can use these apps even for the preventive medicine. Yeah. So the healthcare is actually preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative. These are the 5 domains of healthcare. So in all these domains, you can use digital health tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Dubey, as a pediatrician, how do you see food quality and safety surveillance a must for kids' health and well-being? And how can parents actually use technology to track their kids' health outcomes?
See, as I talked earlier also, because of the various health aspects of the food adulteration and the food contamination, and parents should be aware of all these things. And if we know about the things, then we can definitely do something about that. Suppose if we know about the artificial sweeteners and artificial sweeteners and artificial coloring agents and microorganisms and the diseases which are caused because of the contaminated food, then definitely we can guide our children, and we can take proper step how to guide our children what to consume and how much to consume. These all things are very important.
And also, when we talk about maintaining quality standards, food handling is a very major aspect. So, Anuja, what are the best practices for safe food handling that can help consumers maintain a healthy life and a healthy diet?
Sure. After the food comes home, the best way is, first thing is hand hygiene. Then cleanliness of the kitchen area. Then how you store. First of all, it starts with the selection of food in the market. It has to be fresh. Spoiled food should not be coming in the basket. Then after that, the heating process while cooking the food is very important. The temperature for cooking the meat should be definitely more than 165 degrees because we have to avoid the danger zone. So undercooked meat is very dangerous, where vegetables can be cooked in as a form of sauteing or well-cooked vegetables, but they shouldn't be over mushy and overcooked. Then vegetables and other foods shouldn't be reheated again and again so that the nutritional losses are taken care of. And best would be bring fresh, eat fresh.
And also, I feel climate also plays a major role when we talk about food handling and ensuring quality standards. So, Mr. Acharya, how is climate change impacting?
Cooked food shouldn't be kept in room temperature for a long time.
Yeah. So, my question was for Mr. Acharya. So, how is climate change impacting food safety and public health, particularly in terms of foodborne pathogens and foodborne related diseases?
Everybody know about the climate change, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, they have set that up to 2030, every department has to do a lot of work to bring down the climate change, effects on the climate change. Now you see, because of the climate change, right from agriculture, horticulture, then that is called primary food, then it comes to the processing, then from the processing up to the consumer level. So everywhere there is the effect of climate. Whether it is a marine food, there is an effect of climate. Whether it is, if the humid and hot air, then what will happen? Your food, that soil is getting deteriorated, and the food what has been grown in the plant, that is also contaminated with different types of pathogenic microorganisms. So pathogenic microorganisms, in our food safety, there are 3 hazards has to be eliminated when you are collecting or growing, collecting and processing and packing. So all the parameters, the 3 hazards are to be looked into, that is physical, chemical and biological hazards. Now coming to the context of the food, now almost all the food which has been exported from India as of today, Salmonella's contaminations is more prominent. Staple Staphylococcus aureus is more prominent in case of staple. Marine food also the same, Campylobacters. So these pathogenic organisms, the climate is playing major roles apart from other food handling, sanitation, hygiene, processing, process parameter. These are there. But apart from that, climate plays a vital role in changing the biological, chemical and physical hazards to the food.
So this is one question that I would like to ask all of you. Like if I would get a buy-in from all of you one by one. What are the key fallouts according to you that pose the greatest threat to public health in our country right now? If you would like to start with Rishi.
Key
Fallouts. Yeah. According to you, the key challenges, the key problems
Public
that we are
health.
facing.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I could speak for days and weeks and months on this, so I'll keep it very brief. I think public health, I would say that it starts from realizing the importance of public health, and I think that is still, we have a long way to go in doing that. That, you know, it's not just medicine, and I think we are still. We have made some strides, but I think we have to do a lot more to understand that public health is a very intersectoral, multi-stakeholder, and it has its own specialized expertise. I think we need that. And, you know, for instance, when I was working at the Niti Aayog, we were really pushing for public health cadres in every state. That's why, because it's a specialized skill set. And so I think there are many challenges facing us, right, from the environment to non-communicable diseases to mental health. TB is still a huge issue. So various nutritional issues, not just undernutrition, but now we have overnutrition and obesity-related problems. So I think the scale of the problems is enormous, but I think if we recognize the importance of public health, we recognize that it's a real speciality, and we develop that expertise at every level, especially in the public system, in the government system, at the central and state levels, then I think, you know, we'll be able to make faster progress.
That's great. Dr. Ketarpal, if you would like to add something on this.
I think the key challenges are many, actually there are manifold, but the key important challenges are, again, I would say that lack of awareness and lack of education. Even you see how many doctors are they educating the patients? I know it has to be a collaborative effort. You know, doctors, they will just write normal diet in the hospital when, at the time of discharge, or whatever diet is prescribed. And dietitian will take over and she will manage everything. But in my prescription as a doctor, whether the diet is a part of my prescription or not, I want to say that every prescription of a doctor should have one last diet, what is to be taken or what is not to be taken, do's and don'ts. So I think these are the challenges. And if we strictly, you know, some of the doctors I see, they are very good. They are very particular, because healthy lifestyle is not only the diet. Healthy lifestyle, if you want to maintain a healthy lifestyle, it has 6 pillars. Yeah. Like you have diet, you have exercise, you have mental health, you have social health, it's very important, relationships, and of course self-care. Yeah. I think all these pillars of healthy lifestyle is important, and we must educate people about diet is of course the most important. As I mentioned that 56% of the illnesses or healthcare issues are because of the diet issues. Yeah. I think that this must be focused on, and this is the platform actually you are creating. Not only awareness, you are educating people. Yeah. You know, and there's a lot of brainstorming sessions happening. There are billion sessions happening. People are talking, and I'm sure that there will be some key takeaways, you know, by the audience. Of course, yeah, thank you.
Dr. Dubey?
Again, I would like to appreciate, and the first thing is that the lack of awareness is the most important point. Then other points are we are focusing more on treatment, and we are less talking about the prevention of the diseases. So vaccination should be part and parcel of any treatment program. Whenever we are treating the patient, we should also educate the patient about the vaccination and the hand hygiene. How can we prevent that disease? That is. Then government is doing all programs and all, but they are planning all the programs. But the main is the implementation and how these programs are reaching the grassroots levels. Are they reaching the needy person or not? That is also a big challenge. Suppose government has planned something, and if it is not reaching the poor people, then there is no use of planning such a huge program. And again, the population and the poverty, these all things are definitely a big challenge for our public health. Thank you.
Anuja?
The biggest challenge of these times is tackling obesity among children, among adults, and among old people.
So educating at, again, school level on healthy salads, low-fat recipes, where it's a part of curriculum where one period, maybe in 2 days, is taken into healthy eating, where tiffins are monitored with green, whether they are incorporating green leafy vegetables, and educating that obesity leads to various diseases, and obesity itself is a disease. Thank you.
Mr. Acharya?
Health and food, both are interrelated. When you are concerned about the food, then the food should be in a judicious combinations. And all the department of the central government or the state government of today, whether it is an agriculture department, fisheries department, or any other department, those who are dealing with this food, they should provide adequate training and capacity building as well as awareness, right from the farmer level. Because what is happening today, have you thought of orange is contaminated with lead? Means there is a presence of lead in orange. So these heavy metals are found in different types of fruits and vegetables. Pesticide residues is very, very high because the farmers, they are not being trained the usage of pesticides. Even they are using banned pesticides, which is banned in this country. No. So all the department, even feed. Have you thought of, because I am not telling, because everybody are literate and they are aware of the food. You see, feed. There is no control about the feed. Now the poultry, they are getting poultry. The chickens are being fed by poultry feed. Cows, buffaloes, they are being fed by the feed. And what is the amount of antibiotics present in the feed? No control is there. So until unless all the department, they will work on it to find out a judicious approach, then only the food security problem will be solved, the safety will be solved, and consumer will be happy.
So, Vani, I would like to also put this point where everybody has to be educated that the term healthy is rather misused. That any overweight or obese person is referred to as thoda healthy hai. So healthy means being close to the ideal body weight, ideal BMI, and free from diseases.
Yes. So on this note, I would like to thank all my speakers for being here today and sharing such great insights. So this is where we come to the end of our last panel for today. And
Thank you. Sorry for being the party pooper, but unfortunately, we have to keep the ball rolling. Could we have a huge round of applause for the lovely panelists and, of course, our moderator. Vani, you know the drill by now. We would request you to offer a small token of appreciation to all our lovely panelists. Could we request all our panelists to come together for a group picture, please? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Vani, for moderating those panels fascinatingly well. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this brings us to the end of what we wanted to do with Poshan 2024, our second edition. But to talk to us about what we've achieved through the evening and how we want this endeavor and this mission to continue, I would like to invite Megha Mamgain, Managing Editor, Health and Lifestyle, Jagran New Media, to join us on stage for a vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, everyone. You've been extremely patient. बहुत सारा ज्ञान, but अब शुरू होगा काम. Because as we conclude the second edition of Poshan Summit 2024, I hope that this is the start of a change towards a more nutritious, healthy society and community. So as we all leave this forum, this auditorium tonight, let us please take a pledge, can we? To bring the focus back on our health. Let us commit that we are going to eat well and we are going to eat mindfully. Let us commit that we will go for our health checkups, and it is important, remember, because nutrition is not just a personal choice, it is an obligation that we have for the society, right? So when we are prioritizing our health, our nutrition, we are actually investing in the health of our communities and the future of our nation. So all the women, all the men, all the children that we have back home, let us commit that after this forum and after all the discussions and all the expertise that we had today, we will make that one small change. Thank you everyone for being here, your commitment to this critical issue, and for your willingness to be a part of the solution. Thank you to our state partners, Government of Punjab, our experts and panelists, Rocket Ship Films, for your support. And of course, the highlights of the events will be on our social media pages, so do follow us on Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube. Thank you to our teams who have worked very, very hard to put all of this together. Do support our hard work and authentic journalism by logging on to onlymyhealth.com. Good night, take care, and eat right.
Thank you for those words, Megha. Thank you for being so patient, for being such a lovely audience. Please do join us for dinner. Thank you so much.